show. This is Emily C., my new bestie.
I hate the idea that someone out there hates me. I even hate thinking that Al-Qaeda hates me. I think if they got to know me, they wouldn't hate me.
This stole the show. Emily C. was phenomenal.
There's something you need to know.
What?
You're doing great.
Look at my baby. Here she is. Emily. 10 out of 10. Huge fan.
I see Emily C says 123. I trust her. She's really good.
Listen, Turtle. Listen, Turtle. You gotta watch your language. You gotta watch your language. I'm already live. So you need to follow the FCC guidelines.
She destroyed, left nothing in her path. It was so good.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm Emily C. I am a former kindergarten teacher turned normal mom here in Norfolk County. And tonight, I am thrilled to be joined by the brilliant, passionate, relentless, dedicated Mizzy.
Hey guys, I'm Mizzy and I'm a mixed girl in a mixed up world. I'm so happy to be here co-hosting with Emily C. I am an activist. I am, as Emily said, a passionate woman. And I am dedicated to get Sandra Birch more justice, but also equally as dedicated to get Adam Deitch elected as DA. And John and Root. I got to say, put those names in there. And anybody else who's in the same situation as these victims.
If there's anybody who's going to make it happen, it is Mizzy. So I am thrilled to be here with you. And I just wanted to kind of like, before we get started, go over our goals for tonight. The first is obviously to have fun. It's Friday. And if you guys in the chat are in Norfolk County, or if you're following anything going on in Norfolk County, then it's been a long week. It's been a long month. It's been a long years, and we deserve to have fun. Really. But the biggest reason why we're doing this tonight is to raise as much money as we can for Adam Deitch's campaign for district attorney. And we're not going to spoil it for you guys right now, but I think you'll figure out why throughout the course of tonight. This is the man to make change that's needed in Norfolk County.
Yes. So if you want to donate, please, there'll be links in the chat. We appreciate everybody who wants to donate tonight. We do have some rules that we need to follow, so our first guest will talk about that. Do we want to bring our first guest on? Do you have a few other things?
No, let's bring on our first guest. We are honored to have.
Yes, we are honored to be joined by one of Adam Deitch's team. Her name is Catie.
Hi. Thank you so much
Catie.
for having me on.
Welcome.
So excited to be here.
So why don't you tell us who you are on Adam's team?
Of course. So my name's Catie. I am the Operations and Finance Director for Adam's campaign. I am very excited to be here and raise some money. I'm looking at the chat right now. Everyone seems very excited, and I love it so much. If we wanted to get started, I'm happy to talk about some of the rules. I don't know if you have specific questions, if you wanted to start somewhere else.
No, I think the rules are important just because fundraising for like a political campaign is a little bit different than when we do fundraisers for somebody's like Give, Send, Go. It's like there are like laws that we have to follow. I know it's Norfolk County and like sometimes it seems like there are no rules, but like we're not part of that group that just gets to skate by doing what we want. So we have to follow the rules. So can you tell us just how we need to make sure that we follow those correctly? And I'm going to add Mazza right now to be able to help us keep track of the money that we raised tonight.
Perfect. Yeah, so there are specific rules set out for us by the state of Massachusetts about how we have to contribute. The one that comes to mind first is that there's a contribution limit for individuals that is $1,000, and then for each calendar year. So if you've already donated $100, you can't donate $1,000 now. You can just reach $1,000 for each calendar year. Additionally, you have to use your own legal name. You cannot make a donation on behalf of someone else. So all contributions have to be made by you. And then other than that, we have a Act Blue link, and Act Blue requires that everyone who donates is a U.S. citizen who is currently in the U.S. The state of Massachusetts has some slightly different rules, but most of them are pretty much the same. And if there are any questions, our team will reach out to you with anything about that.
Yeah, I think especially that one, it's very important to know that you can't, like you said, you can't vote for somebody else, and somebody from outside of the country cannot give somebody else the money to vote for them. So please, guys, follow the rules. Like Catie said, it's a lot more serious than donating to for somebody whose dog has to be who's sick, or somebody like what a lot of us know, donating to somebody who has been wrongfully arrested and has legal issues. So please follow those rules. We know, we get it. It stinks if you live outside the country and you want to donate, but please follow those rules.
Yeah.
And then Catie made us our special link so that we're able to keep track of the money that we raise, and she'll be sending us updates throughout the night. I just added our friend Mazza to that update list so he can help us keep track of it.
Perfect. Yeah. And I will, at some point I'll hop off, but then I will keep updating as long as the stream goes on. And then I did see one comment with a question. So it's $1,000 per candidate. So you can donate to as many candidates in the state of Massachusetts as you would like, but only $1,000 per candidate.
Yeah, but like not tonight.
Not tonight. Tonight we're going to focus on Adam and getting him elected.
Tonight we're just, yes.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice for people if they're watching from outside of the country and they're like feeling motivated, but they are not able to donate? Some other ways that they can get involved or can like make an impact?
Absolutely. Any support is really, really appreciated. And if you are outside of the country and you are not able to donate, then the best thing you can do is just engage with our content, share, you never know who's going to see anything we post, and you might end up on the screen of someone who has never heard of Adam. And that's really what we're kind of focusing on right now, is spreading the message and getting out the word to vote for Adam. And that's really actually what all of the fundraising dollars we're raising right now are going to: direct voter contact. If you are in the state and you're not able to donate, if you are able to sign up for our volunteering website, we have the link is on our website to volunteer. There's door knocking as well as phone banking and like standouts, other things like that. And any way we can spread the word is super important.
Bite My Bits just had a great reminder for me to ask you. Can you explain to us a little bit about when the election is, who can vote in this election, and
Yeah, so the election is September 1st. So that is the Tuesday before Labor Day, which is super early. So if you are in Norfolk County, make sure that you have a plan to vote. Adam is running in a Democratic primary, so you have to either be a Democrat or unenrolled to vote. If you are a Republican who is interested in voting for Adam, you'll just have to unenroll and then choose to take a Democratic ballot. All of the information to vote, check your voting registration, make sure that all of that is in the green, is on the Secretary of the Commonwealth's website. And it's really important that you make a plan to vote and make sure that your friends and family have a plan to vote. It's at the end of summer. A lot of people are going to go away, but in Massachusetts, we have lots of different options for how to vote. We have early voting, mail-in voting, day of voting, and any way that you can is great, but making sure you have a plan ahead of time is super important.
Plan your vacations around the election, you guys. It's that important.
Yeah. Or get a mail-in ballot and do it ahead of time.
Yes.
Then you know it's all set.
then you don't get a
And
sticker.
to go along with that, I'm sorry, I had my head down for a second because I had to text Emily something. If somebody is not a Democrat, how can they vote? Like, how can they change from a Republican to like an independent? I know it's not called independent in Massachusetts. Can they do that so they can vote in the primary?
Yes, you just have to unenroll. So you don't have to become a Democrat. You don't have to vote for any other Democrats on the ballot. You just unenroll and then vote, cast that ballot. You won't be able to vote for, you can't submit a Democratic ballot and a Republican ballot. So you'll have to pick, but this is definitely, at least in my opinion, the race to care about. So, and something you'll definitely want to do.
And most of the
And
audience
just to clarify
will feel the same way, that this is probably the most, besides governor, this is the most important one on the ballot this year for a lot of us. We've seen what's been going on with the trials and hearings over the last few years, and we all understand how important it is to get Adam elected.
Absolutely.
And I was just going to say, just to clarify for everybody, the reason why, like, you all kind of like expect to vote in November, but because we're in like a blue state and there are 7 Democrats running in this primary, that is the main election. Like, whoever wins the primary is going to be the next district attorney. So it is that important.
Yes.
Absolutely. And like we said, people are going to go away for the summer, but making sure that you have a plan, getting out there and voting ahead of time, as well as, that's why we're trying to fundraise as much as possible right now, because those early dollars make so much more of a difference than anything last minute. Ballots for like mail-in ballots go out at the beginning of August. So we really have to focus all of our direct voter contact even earlier than that. So anything you can give now is greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to ask you too. I know, like, when I'm donating somewhere, I like to know kind of like how the money is being spent or where is it going. Can you tell us a little bit about why campaigns need this, like, kind of slush fund, whatever it's called, war chest?
Our war chest.
And what the money goes and what the money goes towards.
Yeah, so the initial money goes to just covering basic costs. We have done that. But it's really getting into people's mailboxes, onto people's screens, as well as, paying for the literature that people are going out and door knocking and leaving different places. But really it's getting in people's mailboxes. All of this is incredibly expensive, and in a county as big as Norfolk County with as many people, it's just impossible for us to directly interact with everyone. And I think once people hear Adam's message and a little bit about who he is as a person, it's really easy to vote for him. And it's just making sure everyone is aware.
Yeah.
I got my flyer on my front doorknob the other day, and I appreciated that even though I have my lawn sign, they still left me a flyer too.
Oh, that's awesome. I think that also goes along with it, how important it is for like everybody who is here tonight to share the information that you see online, especially from Adam's accounts. He has a Facebook page, there's a Twitter page, please share when you see a post from him. Go follow him if you're not following him, and share that information out so people, friends and family will see who he is. It's very, very important.
Absolutely.
I have all the links in the description of this video. There's the Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, voter registration page, Adam's campaign page, our donation page, so you can check that. Miss Take 8 had a good question. Can people donate if they are in the United States but don't live in Massachusetts?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. So
Lucky
this is
you
important.
guys. Lucky you that you're not in Norfolk County.
It's so important to get that help from outsiders who are dedicated to what they've seen go on in this, Norfolk County. So it's so important. And kind of to go along with that, if you don't live in Norfolk County or the outer areas, like I live in New Hampshire, if you can get down for one of the standouts that, either you guys have or the locals are out there, like your little army out there, doing standouts almost every day. So, if you can just make it to one, please do, because it helps just by seeing the name, and they'll see Adam's name, and then maybe they'll see something pop up and be like, oh, that's who that person was. So we need I just have to say, we need all hands on deck on this. We absolutely need everybody to help, no matter where you are. If you can't do it in person, help online. If you can donate a couple bucks, donate a couple bucks. We need all hands on deck.
Yeah. And then I see there's a question about, for out-of-state people, we also offer phone banking opportunities. So that's calling people and spreading the word. If you go to voteadamdeitch.com/get involved, you can sign up for our newsletter, and there'll be all sorts of opportunities you can sign up for, whether you're in state, out of state, and then also you'll hear about some of the new special exciting things that we're doing, and just keep updated from the campaign.
Awesome. Catie, is there anything else that you want people to know before we let you go enjoy your evening and watch the dollars roll in?
Yes. Well, I am very excited. We're very grateful for any support we're able to get. And, I think this is going to be a really successful fundraiser. Thank you again, Emily and Mizzy, so much for all you're doing. And thank you for all the guests who are going to come on. We're really excited about this. And please keep supporting, keep sharing, and hopefully we will see you guys again soon.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
It's so lovely to meet you.
Yes, it was so nice meeting you. We'll talk soon.
Have a great night. Bye.
Yes, you too.
Thank you.
Bye.
I feel like Adam's entire team is also a reflection of who he is as a candidate and who he'll be as a district attorney. Like everybody that I've met on his team is just as I feel like you could picture kind of like some political campaigns where it's like, oh, I just go from one campaign to the next. And now we're doing this one and we're going through the motions. And everybody on his team is so motivated to get him elected and truly invested in this. And you can feel the energy.
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody I've met too also has been so kind. I've conversed with Catie through email, but I didn't get to meet her. I've met, a few people on the other team members, and they've all been really nice and helpful and gracious, very gracious for any help that we can. I love that. Any help that we can give them.
Judy donated $227 from Portland, Oregon. We love to see it. I wanted to ask you guys in the chat. I was thinking earlier today about how kind of everything that's been happening in Norfolk County lately has really kind of proven to me that change takes time. Nothing happens quickly, even when it feels like it should. It's like a slog, and things come out and they go to the court and it goes back and forth, and these things really do take time, and nothing happens from one person on their own. No matter how motivated one single person is, you're up against so much that it really does take a whole movement of people working together. So I wanted to ask you guys in the chat, I'm looking over here, you're all my friends are here. What kind of got you invested in this DA's race? Why are you here? And then what got you invested in Adam Deitch? And what are you looking for? I just want to hear from you guys about kind of what brought you here this evening. Mazza is the best. Check that out. I need you, because I'd look at my phone and get distracted and then forget that I'm doing this.
That's what I was
Thank
doing.
you so much. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if you noticed I went. Let's see what some people are saying.
Also, Scott McGinnis, I just started this earlier. Scott McGinnis had a great point that Adam Deitch really is up against the machine. And I have noticed that recently with the yard signs I've been seeing, I now have a notes app in my phone, and anytime I'm like driving around and I see a yard sign, I'm like keeping track of the candidate. And then I started realizing that almost every time I'm seeing a Greg Connor sign, it's with a Stephen Lynch sign or a Mike Rush sign. It's not just everybody else's sign is just theirs on their own. And it really is sending the message that the whole Democratic machine is like chugging in one direction, and that direction is the same direction that we've been going, and I don't love that.
I have a question that I'm gonna do you have in the show notes the address to their campaign, the new campaign headquarters?
I don't. I can add that. You want to? Yes. I'm going to write myself a note to add that. Add campaign headquarters. I love this that Susie Q Boston said, I'm hounding my whole family in Norfolk County. Before I forget, I wanted to say, if anybody knows somebody in Norfolk County, even if it's somebody you like haven't talked to in a while, like think about how nice it is to just get a text from like an old friend you haven't heard from in a while. Shoot them a text tonight and send them a link to this show, or send them a link to Adam's campaign site, and just encourage them to get invested in this. I see our next guest backstage, so if it's okay, this is true.
Before we bring that person on, I wanted us to say something about like the colors we're wearing. You know, most people know that I normally wear light blue for Sandra, and so I'm wearing light blue for Sandra, and Emily is wearing.
And it's now navy for Adam Deitch. I'm going with this is an Adam Deitch navy. And I, yeah. Look at that.
All right, guys. You guys are killing it so far. And it's only like been a half hour.
Buffy, you know what? You're exempt from the challenge of texting anybody if you only know Jen McCabe in Norfolk County. Would you like to introduce Boston Brandi to us? No?
Hi guys, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I always have trouble with my mic.
And Boston,
hello, lovely lady.
Hello, hello. How are you guys? Thank you for doing this.
Good. Thank you for having us. I love the shirt you're wearing, Bia.
Oh, you know which one it is. Jen made this one. It has Sandra. It has Just on it. So yes.
I love it.
You guys were just talking about what colors you were wearing. I took my blue off and I put this on. I was like, oh man, last minute decision.
That's okay.
So that's all right.
So since you guys, we asked you guys to come on tonight. Let's start with Brandi because she popped up first. Why do you feel it's so important for us to get Adam Deitch elected? And what you do, you go to some of the denim standouts. So why do you feel it's so important for you to be out there, but also just supporting?
I just feel like corruption is the biggest safety issue that we have. I mean, I know we've exposed 1, 2, 10, 20 different liars and people behind the scenes, but we need to get them all. We need to expose them all the way from the top down, because you have one here and there, and then it just grows. People learn from them, they overlook things, etc. Like, you need to have more transparency. And I feel like Adam Deitch has said and spoke about the tough cases, the ones that people try to like shy away from, and they don't really want to get into the controversies. And if he's willing to put himself up against the machine and talk about those cases that the public wants to know more about, then I think he's the only guy that can do this for us. We need him at this time. His experience and everything, it's just like, everything is just, there's nothing bad about him in my eyes. I don't know. He hasn't done anything yet that's made me think, why not? You know what I mean? Like, we need to start throwing a few bucks into the accountability bucket. And I feel like he's the one to do it and get it for us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Brandi, I was thinking the same thing recently, because sometimes you get to a point in an election where it's like things are bad I just want change. I literally don't even care who it is. Like whoever's running, I'm voting for that person because we just need change. And like, how lucky are we that the field is a good field of like change candidates, but then it's like we have this one candidate in Adam Deitch who is like tailor-made for this moment. Like I feel like listening to the debate the other night, every other candidate minus Greg Connor is somebody who is like qualified to come in and kind of like do the job and like do the things that district attorneys do. But this moment is so specific and like
we need somebody that has the experience, like that knows the background of what he's coming in to clean up. We have these huge problems, corruption. We have dirty dogs in the house that swore and took an oath to protect us. Like that's your job. You raised your right hand and you swore like that meant nothing to you. Those guys got to go. They got to go now. I'm sick of them waiting the clock out.
And at this point, all we know is that it's there. We don't even know like how it started, where it came from, what they have on each other. Like I want all the dirty details.
But look at how long it took for all this stuff to come out. You know what I mean? It's like all these supervisors sit on this. They sit on this, and that's a problem.
Totally. Bia, what got you invested in all this?
Well, obviously these cases that we've been covering, Sandra's case, Karen's case, Justin's case, they're very impactful. One of the things that I love about Adam Deitch is not only did he move, and that's total commitment, he chose to move to be closer, to be able to work, do his thing. And one of the things that really struck me is that it's on his website, the dedicated cold case unit. He said, we will create a dedicated cold case unit to review and investigate unsolved violent felony cases to pursue accountability and closure for victims and their families. Obviously, we know why this hits hard for us because we have so many cases that have gone through Morrissey's office and either have been swept under the rug, either they've gone after the wrong person, or those responsible have not been held accountable. So I think one of his promises is to open this cold case unit, which I feel gives me hope to get the answers and to hold those accountable for their actions.
Like, have they gotten anything right? All I see is like, you got this wrong, you got that wrong, you got this way wrong. Like, have they done anything right lately?
I don't see any competence at all in that whole unit. And it's really scary. It's sad. It's so scary. Because if they lied about all of this, they were so comfortable doing it. That many people that were on the job for 20, 30 years, they all became incompetent one night. Come on.
No.
And just everything.
This is a pattern. This is a pattern, and this has been allowed. This has been allowed to be going on right under their noses. And, it's time for change. And I believe that Adam Deitch can make that change. And I think Norfolk County has a lot to offer. And I think that this is going to really turn things around.
I feel like he's just willing to follow the facts wherever they lead. You know what I mean? And that's what we need. We don't need people to say like, there isn't enough money. Make changes to the budget. Make sure there's money for this, because this is the most important thing to day one get into. Should have been done yesterday, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. But it seems like the Mass State Police don't care. And it's scandal after scandal after scandal. And they throw out a little fixer-upper, or we'll do away with this and that, and they put a little bow on it and hopes the public forgets. We ain't forgetting. None of us are going away. This Karen Reed movement started something that you will never get rid of us. Like, eyes are wide open now. We just need money. You know what I mean? It takes money to get the truth, and it shouldn't cost money for this, but at the end of the day, it does.
It sparked a passion that most of us didn't even know we had, but it's here. And we're just going to keep riding this, and we're not going to shut up until we see change. It's not fair. Massachusetts has a lot to offer. But these little things happening, it's like it puts a bad taste in your mouth, and we want better for Massachusetts, and the citizens deserve better. And Adam Deitch can get us there.
Yeah. for me, it's so horrific that we have these 3 cases back to back to back. What is it? 24 months, between Justin, Sandra, and John. It's so heartbreaking. There's so many adjectives I could throw out there about it, but we need to take these 3 cases and not let these names be shoved in a closet. We need to use these cases to open people's eyes. And I think that's what Adam's doing. He's highlighting what went wrong with these cases. And he's also showing how he wants to fix them. And it's
not like everything in between those 3 cases was going well. Like they didn't do the investigation into Anna Walsh's murder was so botched that there was a point where Judge Frenier had to make the decision of like, even though you guys actually like didn't follow the law and like didn't collect evidence effectively, like he seems like a bad guy, so I'll like let this one go to trial. And then there's like Penny McGee being charged for like her ex-husband just having a heart attack. And then there's Stefan Diggs who's like getting charged for nothing. And it's like, and then there's Enrique. And then it's like, it's not like there were these 3 big cases that everybody was watching, and everything else going on in between was fine. Like it is a mess. Adam Deitch is going to have his hands full with like, he's taking on something.
But at least he's willing to start, and he's willing to dig into it. But you think about how many cops there are that are still doing it. And it's just it's crazy. And I don't know. I think we need change.
I should also mention, just to like cover our bases, I should have said this at the beginning, all the opinions expressed tonight are our own, are the guests, are the hosts, our own opinions. We are not reflecting at all of Adam Deitch's opinions or his campaign.
Right.
And we're at $997 already.
Woo!
You guys are
thank you, everyone.
Incredible.
Woo! That money rate outrageous. Let's go.
Woo!
Yeah.
And can I just hit on something? So when we talk about the Brian Walsh case, I mean, by all accounts, now that he's been found guilty, we can be more assertive of this, but by all accounts, he unalived his wife, right? But here we are, like, should have been like an open and shut case. There wasn't, additional people. She was in her home. This happened to her.
Or was there additional?
Or was it? Right. But my point is that they had the opportunity to have this investigation, and they still went and did some shady things as far as putting trackers, as far as getting permission from his attorney to look at a certain scope of his phone, but then went beyond it. And they could have gotten warrants from, and a judge would have signed off on this. So my point to all this is to say there were some cases that were pretty much clear cut, but they didn't just stay within the rules. They had to go pushing and doing things that are unethical, because even though Brian Walsh was accused of this, he's still entitled to a proper defense, and he's still innocent until proven guilty. And our police officers and DA's office are supposed to do a thorough investigation to bring them to point the finger at who done it.
And Anna Walsh's family still doesn't have answers to what happened to her. Like, this was not a nobody case where there was like a cold case from a long time ago, and it was 4 days later that the Cohasset police were tipped off that there was something fishy going on, and the investigation into, even with cutting all the corners, they still didn't solve the crime. Like,
it's just they got a win, and then they figure it's over, and it just sucks because like the justice for all should actually mean something. Like a win, a conviction doesn't mean you got justice. It's just the whole system.
And wasn't it interesting how accurate Celebrate was in that case?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And that's the thing. You can't have it both ways.
Right.
You can't have it both ways. Either it's effective or it isn't. Because if this is not a case by case, let's point to the right person by saying Celebrate works today, but not tomorrow. So this shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah.
Come on.
We all have to be worried that the shenanigans that they did will get him to have an appeal and have this thrown out because of the warrant situation. Yes, the judge allowed that stuff in, but she technically shouldn't have, because it was an illegal search. You know, all Fanning had to do was call the DA's office and say, hey, there's an extra phone. Can I take it? And they would have worked it out. He would have sat there for 5 minutes and hung out with Walsh, or go sit in your car, and then he would have been able to take it. But because they did these acts, Brian Walsh might be able to get off.
And they were so comfortable doing it. They were so comfortable doing it. It's not the first time. And I just think the higher ups should take these allegations more seriously. And I hate that judges have so much discretion and so much power there's a lot that needs to change within the entire system. But I mean, we got to start small. And right here with Adam, this is small and this is huge. This would be a huge change. And that's exactly what we need. We don't need the same of anything. We need a DA who's comfortable being uncomfortable. And he is.
Yeah. And I think it's
following the evidence.
I was going to say, I think it's important for anybody in the chat who might be new to this to understand why. It might sound weird that we're like, oh, the Mass State Police, like, what do they have to do with the Norfolk County District Attorney? Well, in this very special setup that we have that literally just breeds corruption, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office houses all of the ADAs and a dedicated unit of Massachusetts State Troopers that are the little squad for the district attorney. So when we talk about things like, oh, Michael Proctor's obscene text messages, well, Michael Morrissey is driving into work every morning and parking in the same parking lot with Michael Proctor and riding in the elevator up to their floor and saying, hey, dude, like, how was your weekend? Like, these are not strangers to them. These are not just people that they're bumping into once a year when they're like corresponding about a case. These are their colleagues. These are their friends. These are Greg Connor's
you spend more time with people you work with than you do your own family.
Yeah.
Oh,
they become like family. Your coworkers become family. So come on.
And think about the random coworkers that you're not even really friends with, that you kind of like know every detail of their life because you just hear it through the grapevine. Like that is Michael Proctor to Greg Connor. So miss me with this whole like, oh my goodness, we had no idea what was going on there. Wow, Adam Deitch kept it from us.
It's only the biggest case in the country, and people worldwide are talking about it, but you don't know the details. You can't play dumb. You can't bullshit. You know what I mean? We know. We can see through you.
Yeah, but also like,
oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Expand out to like his racist comments. I've dealt with a lot of racists. I won't go into that, but it's hard for a racist to hide that much. And the amount of vitriol he was saying in those text messages, and the sexism and the bigotry, it's hard for someone to hide all of that. It seeps out. So I don't understand why. I mean, I understand because it's that office, but I don't understand how anybody can look us straight in the face and say, oh, we didn't know any of this, because it would have seeped out. It's who he is. And it's hard for somebody to fully hide who they are.
That much.
He's a full-blown white supremacist. That is not even, that is beyond racism. That is, you are a full-blown white supremacist. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. You can't hide that.
Yeah. And these weren't just thoughts. These are thoughts that he shared with fellow colleagues, and, like no nudes so far. That was liked by Yuri. Like, these are his supervisors that they should have been saying the next day, like, get in my office. Don't you dare be looking for nudes. But they all, it's a joke. And it shouldn't have been a joke, and it shouldn't have been that he should have been held accountable. And that's what happens, that he was allowed that behavior to continue. And I think as we find out more through the civil cases, more is going to come out. And the thing is like, who were also additional recipients to these gruesome and disgusting and vile text messages? And I think that's, I think the Karen Reed case, along with Sandra Birchmore, has brought out so much that we didn't know was around us in our state. And it's disgusting. And this is what we're trying to do tonight, is bring attention that change can happen if we put the right people in office that will hold those accountable for their actions.
And to think, look how much that Karen's team didn't get. You know, they didn't have these text messages.
They're still getting new Sallyport video like this week.
And it's
that should be like an arrestable offense right there. You're screwing with justice. You're obstructing justice in real time. Like you're caught, and you got to wait for this to play out in court. What the hell?
Didn't that camera delete every 30 days? Oh, it's just
right.
magically producing. It's like, oh,
it just did.
I just. Sorry, Mizzy, what were you saying?
That's okay. That's okay. No, because we all expanded on what I said. You know, it's the fact that, like, you know, we know these things weren't turned over. So, and what else is coming down the pipe? You know, and a lot of this stuff is coming out, not necessarily the text messages, but a lot of stuff we're finding out is because of FOIA requests. So we've learned so much by people, you know, just ordinary citizens, you know, getting this information. So it's like, what is going to drop? What else is out there?
And find out. You can FOIAandfindout.com.
Right away. I love it.
But yeah, I don't even know what a FOIA request is. Like, I didn't know who our district attorney was 5 years ago. I had no idea that FOIA requests were a thing. I didn't know that you could just write a letter and be like, hey, show me Tully's emails. And then they just send it to you. It's wild. Yeah. I love it.
Yeah, you think they would teach us that in public schools, but they don't. I learned more about the law in the last 3 years on YouTube than I did in school. And my kids would say, remember when we couldn't watch YouTube? And I was like, yeah, and then I had to let you because I was watching it.
What year are we in now in our law school degree? Because I feel like getting into the specialized top classes. We like are out of the intro classes. We're in it now.
That's great. Mazza just put up $1,422 so far. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I was talking to someone, and I think it was a reporter, and they were like about Sanders' case, and they were like, and I was explaining, like, I can't remember what I was explaining, but it was like intricate, and I was like, well, this is how it's done when it comes to the law, and they were like, are you a lawyer? And I go, no, I'm just a, you know, an activist and a content creator. They're like, you sound like a lawyer. And then a day later, somebody was like, are you like, did you used to be law enforcement? And I was like, no, I was just a content creator. And they're like, how do you know all this? I'm like, I've been in the trenches of Sandra's case for years now.
Because the public,
and if you're going to make real change, you have to know about it. You have to be able to kind of like speak the language and know what to ask for and know what's missing. It's not when people are doing corruption, they are not just gonna make it easy for us to figure it out. Like, how easy has their life been for years of just being able to kind of I don't think Michael Proctor knows how to file a search warrant at all. I think that's the problem, is that nobody ever taught him, and he was too scared to ask. And he's just been going around there just being like, oh yeah, here's the search warrant, I found it. Like, oh,
or the affidavits.
You did 1.5 search. Like, is that even a thing? You can just get half a search warrant. And their lives were easy. Like, they didn't have to work hard. They were friends with all their colleagues. They all covered for each other. And I don't want their lives to be so easy anymore. Like, they're not the ones who have earned an easy life. There
are too many people who lost family members, and they've covered up what actually happened to cause their deaths. And when you have allegations like that and your name comes out multiple times, like with multiple offices, that's like huge. That's huge. And the fact that the public has to do more detective work than the actual detectives, like, we should never in our lives ever have to pay a dime for these FOIA requests. Tell us the truth now. Tell it to us like an adult, unless there's a sexual abuse victim or like a child, you don't have to redact anything, because are we all adults or are we all adults? Are you in it for the truth, or are you in it just for like the power? And we can clearly see what some people are in it for, but we can't allow it anymore.
And through everything we've learned throughout the past 4 years, the public is more aware now than we've ever been. And they need to know that transparency, and they need to do things right. They need to do things by the book. And we're out here watching. And they've brought, because of all this corruption, allegedly, you know, they've brought a side of us and a passion, and the world is watching.
Yeah, it's too dangerous not to, you know what I mean? That's why, like Mizzy said at the beginning, you have to share, you have to tell people about it, you have to just keep sharing, be annoying about it, because it really is a safety issue. And I don't know, we need to donate money and fund it, because somebody's going to fund another $40,000 way to avoid an answer, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
the government is fully funded. They can fight us all day and night. You see what they did to Karen. You see how many people, obviously there's way too many people that they've done this to before. So if we don't get loud and we don't get, you know, put the money out, I mean, if we do, we get a chance, you know, we got to change things. We have to.
And you said the world is watching, but not much changed even with the world watching. Like, there were times going into Karen's retrial that I was like, okay, like they realize now, like people are tuning in every day from Australia and New Zealand, and this is broadcast on every major like crime network and updates every night on the news. And like Hank is still over there, like holding up a shirt, blaming the holes in the back of it on road rash and not the criminalist. And that's with the world watching. They're just so comfortable with it. And I really do think, just to bring it back to Adam, like that is why we need change. Like we have seen this not just go on, but like ramp up, like there's like new ways for them to ignore the protocols and find the loopholes and just get by on what they've been doing, and they're not stopping. And it's like, we need somebody to come in and stop it.
Yeah, talking about this. Not to pivot, but I'll pivot a little bit, but stay in the same. Let's talk about, you know, we're citizens who are out here fighting the good fight, looking into these cases. But when somebody is unalived, and especially when they're unalived by the police, like just on Root was, his sister had to give up so much of her life, and still is, investigating his murder. And that should never happen. A family member, you know, and I'll put Barb in that. Barb and I have been investigating Sandra's murder, unaliving. And that should never happen. Jen has been so instrumental of keeping her brother's name out there. And there's actually some video that recently Jen has done. So why don't we take a look at some of that? If you have it up, give her
give me a second. Keep talking.
No, Boston Bia, you've worked close with Jen.
I have, yes.
What's it been like to work with her?
She is such an amazing human. And you know that saying, I mean, for this family who from day one, when they showed up at her father's house with the lies that they were already starting, saying that he was responsible for shooting someone when he was unarmed. Just from the beginning, from day one, they were already trying to spin a narrative that this was all his fault. And this man was, I mean, but I'm sorry, your question was, Jen, she is so strong. She has so much light, so much strength. And I think it's one of those things you don't know what you're capable of until, you know, this is presented to you. But she has made sure she keeps her brother's story in the forefront. And she is an amazing person, and I love her dearly. I can't imagine. She's like the sister you'd always want. There's just so much passion, and Justin should not be forgotten. Sandra should not be forgotten, and John O'Keefe should not be forgotten. Even though these people tried to, you know.
And they closed the case within 30 days. Like,
exactly.
Did you text them to me or email them to me?
Text them.
Text. Okay. I'm like looking at all the.
It was a big string that Jen sent me, so I just copied it and sent it to you.
And with Justin's case, like you said, within 30 days, so again, this is officers who shot him 31 times unarmed while he was laying already bleeding after they had shot him at Brigham and Women's. And now this is investigation was also handled by Norfolk County DA's office. Proctor was also involved in this investigation. And everything we know up to this point, do you think, I mean, the family deserves
an independent
investigation, and for those to be held accountable who were involved with his unaliving. Nobody suffering from any kind of mental situation and should be, unalived for this. There should be, the police have controls in place. They have de-escalation tactics. None of that was used. If they would have
bleeding on the ground, he was already down. He couldn't even talk. He couldn't walk. He couldn't breathe. He's bleeding. And somebody's trying to help him. And you order them to get away, and then you viciously, in broad daylight, gang execution. That's what it was. Yeah. And then this thing, she can't get an independent investigation. Why not? Michael Proctor lied to her mother and said that Justin shot someone. He never shot anyone. He was unarmed. It was a plastic, what was it? A paintball gun or something? Gun. But if you're a cop and you're an officer of the law, and every shift you go, you could possibly lose your life. Don't you think you should be trained in what's a real gun and what's not? And I know you're not going to know every single time, but you should make sure that you go to weeks of training due to something like this. You should know. You shouldn't shoot and kill. And he didn't even have it. It was in the car after the car accident, wasn't it? Or wherever it was. Like the fact that you all had to shoot him. And then they heard the clips. I don't know if you're going to play it, but one of the cops said, I got that, mother. Her, and bragged about it. And then the other cop said, quick, shut your body cam off. And they closed the case. Like, what is that? That's dirty. And we don't want that.
Well, and like you said, like a civilian saw him and their immediate reaction was, this is a man who needs my help, and ran over. That is, the civilians that we live next door to should not be more brave than our law enforcement.
Right.
That's embarrassing.
And willing to give him help, because she was a nurse and was willing to help. And she obviously wasn't scared, but they told her to move away from him and then decided to shoot him 31 times. That's not right.
They kicked him before they shot him. So even just, not that we want somebody to be kicked, but even just by kicking them, that should have alerted them to this guy isn't moving. We need to, follow protocol, get him an ambulance. They're supposed to give life-saving techniques on him and get him an ambulance to get him to the hospital. But they didn't. They decided to execute him.
And this is a situation where he maybe, if he got to the hospital fast enough, he could have maybe still be alive today. Right. But instead, they went in the other direction. He was no threat. When he's on the ground bleeding, he was no threat to any of those cops. He wasn't standing up. He wasn't in a threatening manner. He never threatened them. And he was unalived.
You know that one of those cops was recently found to have aggressive behavior or excessive force?
There were complaints on some of those officers.
Like that type of stuff. I don't know, supervisors, what are you doing? Absolutely nothing. Do you protect?
Yeah, that's one of the videos that I sent.
Yeah, I have them up now. So do we want to watch the new video in excessive force cases raises questions about Mass State Police probes? That one. The only thing that I'm having trouble figuring out is how to, we're just going to play it with the article there.
And while you're doing that, I want to say that mental health is not a death sentence.
Exactly.
And more officers need to abide by that.
Please.
I can't hear it either. So
uses excessive force during an
You hear that?
arrest, but he was still allowed on the street afterwards. Good evening, everyone. I'm Colton Bradford.
And I'm Priscilla Casper. That same trooper was then involved in another incident where someone died. Our NBC 10's Glenn Jones joining us here in studio with that exclusive video. Glenn, what are we learning?
Well, typically when police face an excessive force investigation, they're sidelined. Experts say that ensures the public safety and protects the officer's due process. But what if that sidelining doesn't happen? We found a case where the process was far from typical. It starts with this exclusive video of Trooper Paul Keneally's excessive force. Due process for the former trooper took more than 2 years. By the time he was held accountable for excessive force, he had used force again. The second time, he didn't only point his weapon, he fired it. This is Jennifer Root Bannon, but that'll play for about a minute, and she's reviewing 2019 traffic cam video of Massachusetts State Trooper Paul Keneally using what an internal investigation concluded was excessive force on an 18-year-old man suspected of stealing a car. Describe what you see when the officers are apprehending the suspect.
Keneally takes his firearm to the individual's head, and then he also kicks him.
Did you see anything that may have provoked that kind of action from him?
No. Officers aren't supposed to do that at all.
You did? In 2020, 1 year later, 6 officers, including Trooper Keneally, fired 31 shots. The suspect, Justin Root, age 41, was killed. That was Jennifer's brother.
He should definitely not have been working. I mean, if you're investigating someone, again, you have concrete video evidence from the cameras, on the highway. I mean, you know what he did.
Is it relevant that an officer was there while under investigation for excessive force?
Of course it's relevant.
We asked criminologist Dr. Alex Del Carmen, who trains police forces around the country, to review the video and Keneally's internal investigation file. It's not common practice, he says, for an officer under review in a force case to remain on the street like Keneally did.
Typically, that discretion doesn't exist in most jurisdictions. I would argue that this person should have been suspended with pay, given the fact that this was an excessive use of force incident that was caught on camera in front of other troopers.
Surprisingly, Massachusetts policy says troopers are not required to be on leave while investigated for excessive force. A trooper's commander decides. State police point out the command staff is completely different today than it was in 2019. In a statement, they also highlight changed procedures since then, mandated body-worn cameras, a duty to intervene policy, and de-escalation training. However, it's still not mandatory for a trooper to be put on leave while under review for excessive force. The Norfolk County DA's Root shooting report does not determine which officer fired the first shot, nor does it tell us if a Keneally bullet hit the suspect, but it does conclude the 2020 shooting was justified. We asked the DA's office why its final report didn't mention Keneally's internal investigation for excessive force. They said state police didn't tell them initially. They found out 18 months later. This information did not, quote, rise to a reopening of the investigation in 2021. A DA spokesperson.
I'm going to pause that here and bring on our one more guest right now. Welcome.
Hi, ladies.
Hello, Jen.
I haven't seen you in so long.
Miss, how are you?
I know. I miss you guys. I miss being out there.
Thank you so much for being here.
Before we go any further, Jen, our condolences.
We
to you.
really need to get Adam into office. Just so you know, I live in Norfolk County, so I have a sign on my yard, and all I can do is just tell everyone about him and urge people to know like what the district attorney office does and why it's so important, because I think there's an educational gap that people just, it's like out of sight, out of mind, but it's like, no, the bigger picture. Right?
Yep. Exactly.
I feel like it says a lot for you as like a family member who's been fighting for so long to look at Adam Deitch and say, like, this is a man that I will trust in this office. What is it about Adam that kind of gives you that trust?
Well, I think that one of the main things that put my eyebrow up, I was like, he worked at the district attorney's office, right? And he worked on from what my understanding is some of Karen Reed's case and the corruption unit. So that to me tells me that if he's willing to go from there and jump into the mess in Norfolk County, he is up for the job. I mean, he's got the gusto, he's got the determination, the awareness, that I really haven't, seen with others to that extent. And he's willing to have those, probably more of those difficult conversations.
And I feel like of all the candidates, he's like seen the mess. Like he's one of those like people on TV that look at like a hoarder's house that has like 50 years of stuff in it. And it's like, okay, I see the problem and I still want to go in and clean it up. And he's the only one who's kind of seen behind the curtain of like really what is on the table for what he's going to have to tackle when he gets into office.
Yeah, he has a big job. And we are so ready for him to take it and clear, start to clear house, because we know it's not just about Michael Proctor.
Yes. You told me in text messages that
there's a whole group there that,
got to meet
need to
him.
move on.
Oops,
and be held
sorry.
accountable too for what they've done.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mizzy.
You told me in text messages when we were talking earlier
No
that
volume,
you
I can't
recently
hear.
got to meet him.
Oh, she can't hear you, but you can hear me. I'll translate. You told her in text messages that
you recently met Adam.
That you recently met Adam.
How did that
Yes.
go?
So he came to Needham and along with all the other candidates, and they were speaking at a local restaurant. And I got there at the very tail end because I was at a soccer game. But I was able to go up to him and talk to him and give him my card, which is not really my card. It's like a little synopsis of what happened to Justin. And, I just let him know that, I'm looking to him to reopen an investigation into all cases that, that had their involvement. I mean, Michael Proctor's involvement. I mean, that's the most supported, right? Because we have those text messages. But, if you just look at that investigative group as a whole, we really have to have cases re-looked at. And that's just how it is, because it appears they have pushed a lot of things aside.
Jen, will you be
shouldn't have to do this. They shouldn't have to go out and be these warriors. If there's questions, the DA should be able to get them the answers that they need. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be leaving family members of victims, as
Right.
broken as they are. It's an awful
Yeah.
way to have to live. And it seems like every family has to go out there fighting the government when the government's supposed to be helping us. Like, prove that you're going to help us. We don't need any more broken promises.
And Jen, will you be able to get his text messages?
Probably not, just because I don't have, obviously our federal case for the civil rights violation. There was a panel of 3 judges. 2 of them seemed to always, let's say, go with the police narrative only. But we did have one dissenting judge, and she got it. She got it, right? So that case, because those 2 judges, it got dismissed, which is very unfortunate, because I was really looking forward to people being on the stand and answering those very difficult questions of like, what was Justin's condition? Nobody ever once asked in their whole entire investigation, just so you know, what was his condition? Because that he was covered in blood. I assume they all have eyeballs, right? So how is it that the woman next to him in his last few seconds of life can see, but they all can't? and that they're all afraid and they all have guns and she didn't have a gun and she's not afraid. You know, it just doesn't add up. And I think that those are the types of things that, you know, I want them to look at. I want them to look at the officer from Boston and the other officer who kicked him right before they shot him. They were both trained EMTs at one point in their career. Okay. So they know what a massive accident, they know what massive blood loss does. So the idea that anybody was afraid is like, you guys, you have to back up, because that is the biggest lie I have ever heard in my life. There is no way. Absolutely not. So, I mean, yeah, I got thrown into this. And, you know, it's one of those things, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And it's been extremely disturbing for a lot of years, obviously, until the Karen Reed case came along, because I felt like nobody understood and nobody really knew. And I'm just thinking to myself, oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's worse than I could have ever imagined. Like,
I feel like what you've been up against, like, really kind of encompasses all the problems all at once, because you had what Justin went through and experienced in terms of the incompetence of their, like, law enforcement procedures, and then they investigated themselves. It's like a teacher handing out your own test back to you and being like, grade yourself, don't use your eraser when you're grading. Like, they looked into their own friends and they were like, looks good.
They're investigating their colleagues. They all work together, and there's just no way they can be transparent. You know, you just can't be transparent investigating, you know, people that you're working with all the time.
But there should be a zero tolerance policy for misconduct. Like, even an allegation should get you suspended with pay while I investigate it. And my investigation should be done within 30 days. Because if you're responsible for protecting people's lives, human lives, and you have a weapon that could end a human life, you better be damn sure that that guy is trained and willing to save lives and not take them. Like, we need more transparency, but we also need a zero tolerance policy. Like, if you get written up, like Michael Lank, for instance, this dude was promoted after costing the town of Canton thousands of dollars in multiple lawsuits, and he got promoted after misconduct. He was the second most complained about officer. He was like, I don't know who was number one, but he was number two in the most complaints against him, and he still got promoted twice. Why is that a thing? That should not be a thing. And whoever's doing that, you should be fired right away. There should be no policies where you get this time and you get paid. No. It should be from the get-go, from the beginning. You swore an oath, so if you F up that oath, get out. There's people who are willing to do this job, willing to actually do it with integrity and honesty, a lot of them. And it's like, that's why there should be like policies where like, no, I don't care. You screwed up once, you screwed up, you're gone. There's no room to play games. When people are only calling the police when it's the worst day of their life, the worst moment of their life, they're calling 911. And we have to worry about you being some weirdo, like corrupt, no good. No, those aren't the people I want to call for help. And I want to be sure that I'm calling good guys for help. You know what I mean? It's just, it should be common sense. It sucks that it's not.
And like Jen's slogan always says, they can't investigate themselves. When police, you know, I mean, how is this even, they should be an independent investigation, because you have your colleagues investigating you and saying, oh, no, he's good. No, we're good. No, that's not right. And that's what I think Adam Deitch can do for Norfolk County is bring change, because they should not be investigating themselves.
No.
And they should want an outside investigator. That's the guy who's supposed to have your back too. You should want an outside investigator so that you know that when you're riding next to so-and-so, that if you get into a sticky situation, that person knows what they're doing and they're going to have your back. And they would rather just keep getting by to get by.
Yeah, they should be the spotlight. The DA's office should be the spotlight, not the shield. You know what I mean? And that's what it is right now. It's so aggravating. And the most powerful person in the room should still be asking questions. They should always be asking questions, just to let it go away. Any case with a death, especially. And the worst is, I mean, they're all bad, but like, you don't care about the death of a white man, a black man, a pregnant woman, a cop, your brother. It's like, they don't care. They don't discriminate when they're covering their own asses. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'll allow it.
Can people hear me now?
Sorry.
Do Jen, can you
I can hear you.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I agree with what you guys just said. They shouldn't be investigating themselves. There should be outside investigators who come in. They shouldn't be closing a case in 30 days. You know, when we see rubber duckies get a longer investigation than a man that was shot to death, you know, there's clearly something wrong in this office, you know, and it's sad that us citizens have to fight so hard for the change. I mean, look how many times we went and did standouts at Morrissey's office because we wanted change. And all of us believe that Adam Deitch is that change that could be made in that office. It's needed, you know, for our safety, you know, just the safety of citizens alone. You know, everybody who lives in Norfolk County should want that. You might not know about these cases, but just know that what has been going on under Michael Morrissey has been very dangerous to the citizens of Norfolk County.
Scary.
Yes, and that's why he needs a lot of support and a lot of funds so that, you know, hopefully he can start running some TV ads because, you know, that's the sort of outreach we need to, you know, get him to. So, you know.
I think it is just about getting this message out to people because it hits all the bases. It's like, hey, where we live is less safe because of the current Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Also, they're wasting all your tax dollars and doing God knows what with it, finger painting and like arm painting. And Adam Deitch is such a competent candidate that it's like, just get him in front of people and the rest will kind of work itself out. And that's why these donations are so important because it's like, just get him to everybody's phone, everybody's home, everybody's computer, everybody's TV, and then he can do the rest.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. Yeah, I mean, he's what we, you know, Jen and I have talked about what we needed because we were doing the Stronger Together campaigns at Michael Morrissey's office, and I feel like it's like me and Barb say he fell out of heaven and like just plopped himself there to say, hey, I'm here, because we needed somebody who was going to come in and shake things up. You know, I look at it like he kicked the door in and said, I am here. And Norfolk County needs somebody like this. You know, we don't need somebody who's going to go in there and just swipe everything back under the rug once everything's cleared. We want somebody who's going to really dig down deep and get all the gunk out of that office. You know, we need somebody like Adam Deitch to be elected to office. So please, if you can share some money to donate to his campaign, please help us, you know.
Any amount. I would just say
any amount. For some reason, I was going to say, if for some reason you love what you hear and you want this to continue, Greg Connor said he's very proud of the work that he's done in that office. So if this is the kind of community that you think that we should live in, go vote for Greg Connor. Great.
Right. And that's where change is not going to happen. Right. Change is not going to happen this way. And if you want change and you want your citizens to feel safe, this is the change we need come this September 1st.
Yes.
Yeah. Adam Deitch is the way to go.
For people to remember, September 1st.
I feel like I want to go get the coffee. Hurry up and go vote. Yeah. It's too late now, though. I should have thought about that last year.
Can I give you each 30 seconds to do kind of like your final message that you want out there to everybody when they're sitting there thinking like, oh, I don't know, $5, $10. Bia, what's your message that you want to get out to everyone?
Like as far as just donating?
Anything.
Or just,
what's like,
oh, okay.
What do you want to leave everyone with?
Well, what I want to leave everyone with, from what I've seen, come from Adam Deitch He is very invested in making changes in Norfolk County. He moved closer. If you go on his website, you can see all his campaign promises and what he plans to do. Like I mentioned, the dedicated cold case unit is one that really struck me. And he said he is going to look back on these cases, and he's made that promise, and can't wait to have him be elected and have real change. And I want the citizens of Norfolk County to feel safe. And if something bad happens in their towns, I want them to be properly investigated and prosecuted the right way. And I believe Adam Deitch can be that change for Norfolk County.
Brandi, what's your final message that you want to leave everyone with?
I mean, at the end of the day, I just feel like it's about trust, and it's about knowing, people. I appreciate anybody who took the time to like be involved and get involved and ask questions. I feel like Adam Deitch is just the way to go, mainly because of his past, his experience. He knows what to look for. He knows how to deal with it. He knows the tricks, the trades, the systems, the ins, the outs, everything. You know what I mean? And he's already stood up and he answers every question. He doesn't shy away from it. He doesn't make excuses. He tells us what we want to hear so far. And I know a lot of people do that when they're running or campaigning, but I just feel like he has given up so much and he's already sacrificed for us, not even being absolute that he's going to get the job. You know what I mean? He's just already put a lot into it for us. And I feel like there are other candidates that probably could get the job done, but not as good as him. And I really hope that people just keep spreading the word, keep sharing it, keep reaching out to people and say, hey, do you got any family in Norfolk County? Oh, your cousin, your mother, your father, tell them this, tell them this. You know what I mean? Tell them to watch this. You just have to keep spreading the word. It's really, really, it's urgent. It really is a safety issue. And we don't want any more people, families heartbroken and crying for answers. And we just don't want any more crime. I feel like he could do a lot of good. He could help us. And I appreciate you guys having me and hearing me and listening to me rant. But it is important.
We love your rants.
Vote Adam. Vote Adam.
We love your passion, Brandi. So that's why we wanted you here.
100%. And Jen, tell us what you want us to leave knowing about your brother and about Adam Deitch.
Well, I just want to say that we are stronger together, and it's going to take all of us, like all of us. And even if you think $2, anything and everything that people can do to help, boost up his account so he can start with, getting some commercials, hopefully, that would be, wonderful. And I think also continue to spread the word, continue to do a lot of reach out online, posts and things like that will reach other people, or go into town Facebook groups that are Norfolk County, and let's just get, as grassroots as we can, just to get the word out. And, it means a lot to me as a family member to have someone like him to get into office, to have that hope of something that I've been waiting for almost, for over 6 years. It's almost going to be 7 years. Means a lot to me. And I know that it means a lot to a lot of other families that have unanswered questions and unaccountable people that need to be held accountable. We've been waiting. And so, Adam's the man for the job. So let's go. And Justin would add an E to the end of his name, and he would say that we are just one. Okay, so we are, and that's our goal here, is that we have one mission here, and we're going to get this corruption out.
Yes,
absolutely.
All right. Yep.
Can we can we put a 1 in the chat for Justin?
Please.
It's such a wonderful saying, we're just one. So can we get some 1s in the chat for him?
I love that.
And thank you to everybody who's donated.
Thank you.
And even if you can't donate now, you can donate later, a couple weeks when you get your paycheck, whatever it may be, right? Or donate your time, reach out to his campaign and see how you can help. I mean, you don't have to live in Norfolk County to stand and do signs. I mean, I was thinking that I would go up into Needham Center and start just holding, you know, like just holding signs. So I'd like to get some people together that we can all, you know, stand there in town and just start educating people and talking to everyone about the importance of coming out September 1st for the primaries. And hopefully at that time we'll have only a few people on the ballot there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or a couple. How about that?
Yeah.
If we must.
I mean, we like
Yeah.
one, but you know,
Yeah, the field is too wide right now, and that's my fear is that if we don't get people to really support Adam, that people are going to spread the votes too much.
Yes.
Oh, you guys are awesome! Lok at that.
Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
1807.
Wow. I didn't expect us to get this much this fast.
You guys
That's
are amazing.
wonderful.
And this really does kind of like bring together everything that we've been like passionate about on in this community for so long. Like this is the race where all of the work that you've been doing for Justin and that Barb's been doing for Sandra and that Kelly Reed has been doing for Karen and everybody has been working together to do this. It's like Adam is where it all kind of starts and ends.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, ladies, so much for coming on with us.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us and having me.
Have a good night, guys.
You guys have a wonderful night. Thank
Oh,
you.
look at that.
Thank you.
193 to get to an even what?
Oh, yeah. Come on.
For an even two.
Come on.
For an even two, folks.
Yeah, come on, guys.
All right. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Thank you, ladies, so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi. We have Samantha Benigno is coming on in a minute.
Okay.
She was here, she's not there, so where's coming in now? There we go. She's on her way in. I just wanted to say, like, I feel so grateful to be part of this community of people who are like so passionate and educated and knowledgeable and working like in tandem to make change in the world. It's like, this is like humanity at its best.
Yeah.
So even in the face of like things that are bad, it really shows what good people can do.
Yeah. And what a community coming together, you know, Jen said, we're stronger together. And during the Karen Reed trial, we learned that. And that's why we wanted to bring, you know, people from different directions, you know, to come. We want to bring this community back because we don't have to like everyone in the community. We don't have to love everybody in the community. We just have to respect each other and work together for a common goal. It's more important than what people are arguing about.
I feel like this screen name that Headband Cupcake Law Nerd really sums that up. We could be part of all the communities. Everybody, yes. Headband Cupcake Law Nerd. I love it. Denise, the best mod, is excited that Samantha's going to be here in a minute. She was just putting some finishing touches on a video that she was working on that she's going to unveil for us.
So
I think it also says so much when the family members of victims are the ones saying, this is the guy that we want.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
How are
you?
I'm good. How are you? Thanks for having me. This is so fun.
Thank you for making the time to be here. You are absolutely wonderful.
This is our first time meeting, so it's lovely to meet you.
You too. I'm so honored to be here and get to help any way I can to see Adam Deitch be elected to our next district attorney in Norfolk County. Even though it's not my county, I care so deeply about the outcome that I'll do anything I can to help. So thank you for doing this and thank you for having me.
Sam, before we watch your video, can you tell us, like, you're not in Norfolk County, you're not in Massachusetts, like, why is it that you care so much? Because you care about this so much. What is
I
it?
care so much.
Yeah, like, how did you get there?
So it makes me emotional because, first off, I think it was just obvious because of his involvement in the federal aspect of the Karen Reed case, right? I knew that he was very involved, right, on that federal side. He was involved in the investigation that led to the 3,100 pages of material that ultimately supported ARCA and helped to exonerate Karen. But it wasn't until, Emily, your interview with him that I really understood what the significance of his involvement was. And it was immediately apparent to me going through my statement analysis within literally, like, I think he was even still in the interview with you, and I had cut a few little like clips and started watching and was moved so deeply by how personal that case was to him. And then it dawned on me that, you know, he's so close. He could have been the guy that found ARCA, right? And truly, like, as the assistant DA, right? Like, it could have been actually his job to go find the people who were ultimately going to give him the facts of the case. And that immediately became apparent in my analysis of him. And that just compelled me even more to say, this man, in my opinion, is the only way that we're going to actually, I think, get a real investigation into the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. And to be fair, to see Sandra Birchmore case ultimately be handled the way it should have been and the way it should be now, which is unimaginable how it's being handled still to this day. It's just gut-wrenching. The incompetence
According to the
here.
Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, Matthew Farwell's just a regular old guy, no investigation needed.
Yep,
It's
happened.
unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The incompetence in this office. I mean, just unimaginable.
And
Yeah.
let me add this on top of it. Greg Connor, his answer when he was asked if she was unalived, he said, I don't know. And this was after the medical examiner changed their findings. We cannot let that man be elected.
Yeah, and that is so true. That's the other end of the coin, right? So we're actually going to see a very brief clip in this video I made of Greg Connor also. You know, he is the status quo. He actually is running as the status quo, pretty matter-of-factly. And wait till you see how he tries to dodge his role in both Sandra Birchmore and Karen Reed. So it's pretty disgusting, actually.
Should I pull that up? Can you share? How are we doing this?
Yeah, it's a good question. I just realized.
I think you can put it down at the bottom and then it will pop up for me. And then we'll just let it play through and then discuss after.
Well, the way that I did this, because I knew we were going to be a little short on time, it kind of can't play it through. Like, I kind of have to explain it as we're going along.
Okay. I'm following your lead.
So, but what
so Sam's basically going to get us into Adam and Greg's mind. We're going to do some mind games right now.
That's right. And
obviously, I knew you would ask about this case.
No, that's
so. Let me place us in what we're going to be
obviously,
looking at. Sorry, it's got a mind of its own.
I think we're both. I think I pressed it at the same time. Can you control it on your end?
I can control it on my end.
Okay,
yes.
Great. I'm hands off then.
Thank God. So
hold on 1 second. Look at our total, guys. Thank you.
That's so exciting.
And also, I'm going to bring on Debbie now too to say hello and welcome to our very delayed stream. Sorry.
Hi, Debbie.
Hi,
Debbie with boots on the ground. She is is one of the people who made the signs that they do at the over the highway overpass. And you know, she holds signs for Adam Deitch all the time. Welcome, Debbie.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Okay, Sam, tell us what we're watching, and so that I can stop staring at my big face.
Okay, so this was very early on in your interview with Adam Deitch. In a roundabout way, he was trying to address essentially what he could tell us about the Karen Reed case and how that affected his decision making, and whether or not, or how he thought the district attorney's office was like handling that case, etc. Right? So he's a little cryptic, and I think that was what motivated me to do this type of analysis. Although we're only going to see a very, very short kind of piece, we're only going to see this answer from him, and then we're going to jump to Greg Connor with a comparable question, really answering something very similar, in terms of how he would have handled the Karen Reed case differently. And right away, it was cryptic, but it was so clear to me how close this case was to him, to the point where, and Emily, I think it was early on in the interview before you got comfortable. And so you're like not even able to pay attention. Like I can just see in your eyes, you're like, you're trying to manage the chat and like not even really.
I know, I was trying to
focus.
ignore the chat. I was literally telling myself, don't look at the chat. That's what was going through my mind. Also, you guys, not for nothing, I know this isn't like the criteria for a DA, but look how cute he is.
Oh, wait till you see this. This is just, it's heart-wrenching. Like it's just, he's so wonderful. And you can really just see it. It shines so brightly in this little, snippet that we're about to see. So I'm just going to play it, and then I'm going to stop it along the way to kind of help decode what he's saying. Okay. And everybody here is familiar enough, I think, with him, I'm sure, to be able to kind of, get an idea of what he's saying very quickly. Okay.
Obviously, I knew you would ask about this case.
All right. Right off the bat, obviously, I knew you would ask about this case. So first, look at the smile on his face. He's sort of beaming, and he's beaming specifically at the moment when he says this case. Now, this is a word that indicates something is close to us, whereas that is something we try to push away. So right off the bat, I have this case, and that made me say, oh, like this case. So this is something that he knows. He knows it closely. It's close to home. So that was like the first thing, right? Okay. It's playing.
About this case. So let me start just by saying, and we talked offline before this about this.
So now we have two more this. Before this, about this, right? So what was also very clear, he's trying to, as a politician, as someone who is trying to speak, Emily, to your audience, a friendly audience. He's aware that it's a friendly audience, but he also is trying not to be so obvious about how close he is to this case. And you can really see that conflict throughout. He's trying to keep that professional distance, and it's so like, he wants to just scream and shout, like, I get it. Like, I understand. I'm one of you guys when it comes to this, but he can't. And you can really see it shining bright throughout this entire video that you're about to see. So let me play it. And that's what these three this is right off the bat. It's like, this is very, very close. So now he's sort of a little bit trying to slow things down, and you can see he's like, how do I want to phrase this, right? So that's what's happening.
The Department of Justice has strict policies about whether they can ever even confirm.
So you see the emphasis here. He's confirm. It's on confirm. That's important to him. He knows he's not confirming, but in so doing, right, he's confirming the existence. So, but he's really trying to, he's a rule follower, absolutely. And he believes in, from what I can tell, wholeheartedly in this idea of like being law abiding, which to me is isn't that what we all want more than anything else, right? We want the legit, the real thing, like the real prosecutor that wears the white hat. And so he is trying to be that. He's trying to live that, as he's also wanting to communicate how much he does care and is close to this particular case.
The existence of an investigation.
So now, right on investigation, look at the smile, right? You see like that, the smile that comes out right on that word. And it's important because this was an investigation that was super close, and you can just see it all over him with this smile.
It's my face right here saying, come on, dude, just tell us.
I know, right? See, you look, Emily, you look like concerned.
I'm like, just tell me. Just tell me everything in your head. I want to know.
You were really good about your questions too. You were trying to be respectful, but also really get as much information as you could. It was great. And again, you see this case. So what was clear also with this case is that this is a case it was his case. This isn't just this case. This is a case that he is intimately aware of and familiar with.
This case.
Right. Oh, so that's the other thing. This isn't just a case. It's the case. So to me, I think what he was trying to say in a roundabout way, that this really was the catalyst, right? Not necessarily the Karen Read case, but the investigation that he was doing into corruption, which he's going to tell us more about, that ultimately included the Karen Read case and what was going on with the Norfolk County DA's office. It was really that focus. So for him, this case is broader than just the Karen Read case, but it includes that. And, it's close. It's close. And it seems to be what compelled him to want to, essentially quit his whole life and give it all up to come and run. Right. And that's the other thing. Like you see the eye shielding, you see it's very slight, like it's slight eye shielding. He's like, he knows that you want, and our audience, that your audience wants to hear like the goods, right? He knows that. So he kind of, I think, feels almost like guilty because he can't give it up. So I think he's a little bit eye shielding because he doesn't want to see your reaction to the fact that he has to put a little bit of distance there. But he really does communicate it in all of these nonverbals so overwhelmingly that I just wanted everybody to see that too, because I know there were criticisms after, like, this was a non-answer, but it really wasn't if you could focus and see the nonverbals. He really is.
There were some unprecedented aspects.
So the unprecedented aspects is the involvement of the feds. The federal investigation is the unprecedented aspects that he's referencing here, which is just so interesting. And he's right. It is unprecedented, right? Has any of us ever heard of a case where the feds all of a sudden have to step in and, give a windfall of documents with all of this exculpatory information to a state case? It's unheard of, right?
Yep. And then to have the state do nothing with it.
Oh,
no change of course.
And he gets to that. He's going to get to that right now. Yep.
Imagine doing a homework assignment and writing 3,100 pages and somebody just throws it in the trash can. If I wrote like a 10-page report and somebody threw it away, I'd be mad.
And not only that, and then says, well, there's nothing in there that's new, right? Remember that when...
Yeah.
In the end, 3,100 pages.
Oh, so that's interesting too. So he says, in the end, the 3,100 pages, but in the end, for us, is a completely different reference than it was for him. In the end, appears to have been the culmination of his work. So the 3,100 pages is really him saying, this was the culmination of my investigation that I handed over to both parties in this case.
Yep.
This is all public. This is all public.
So again, he wants to make it clear, I'm not doing anything I'm not supposed to be doing. I'm a rule follower. I'm keeping to my oath. It's very, very important. But this indicates these are my pages. You know, these were my 3,100 pages, right? So it's just interesting to watch him trying to walk this line of, communicating clearly that this is something that matters. It is personal to him. He cares deeply, but also he's not going to do anything unethical, right? That he's not supposed to be doing.
It's 3,100 pages of material, federal material were released.
Yep.
Federal material were released to the parties in the state case.
So this is the important part, right? The parties, it's plural. And look at the smile. So here he's saying they were released. And I think the way that I read that was that it was a very big and important decision to release them, that it's an unprecedented thing to do. And it seemed to me like that mattered a great deal to him, from what I can gather from this, from your interview, that it was a really significant decision to release that material. But the fact that it was released, and he's being very intentional, the parties, right? It's plural. Both parties got the information, right? No different. And you see the smile, like both parties got it. Only one party used it. He has just the most beautiful smile, right? I mean, it's just like when you see him smile, it really does like kind of light up the whole world.
He's so
And a lot of that.
Oh, he is. He's absolutely just the most adorable.
I saw that at the parade when he was going around, like introducing himself on the sidelines. I saw these two women sitting in like lawn chairs, and as soon as he walked away, and he was kind of smiling as he walked away, one of them just goes to the other and she goes, he was nice, and she had like a big smile, and you could tell, like, whatever he said to her, worked. I don't know what it was, but it was a positive interaction. Because I heard that.
He's so warm. He's
she was really surprised. So,
okay, this part is my favorite. I think it's coming up here. So he says, and a lot of that evidence was used during the trial, right?
Evidence was used during the trial under, strict rules imposed by the judge in the trial.
So look at that. So when I first was listening, I wasn't really paying close attention. Soon as he says the judge, look at his face here. I think it plays a couple of times. All of a sudden, this big smile. And I think, Emily, you were distracted.
Strict
didn't even
rules
see it.
imposed by the judge in the trial.
So he's very serious, right? Very serious. And all of a sudden he says the judge, and he can't contain the smile because he knows how all of us, what our feelings and opinions of the judge were. It was just so funny to see this in real time.
Trial posed by the judge.
Like, look at the smile. It's just amazing.
In
then he gets serious again really fast.
Trial.
And he's eye shielding. This is actually the biggest eye shielding moment that we see from him. It's very subtle. It's not what you're going to see from Greg Conner in a minute. But he he's really trying to balance his oath and abiding by that. And also it's clear how he feels. It's literally leaking out. That's how strongly he feels about it.
But I'm still held to that standard of, federal law, rules, and ethics when it comes to all kinds of investigations, including grand jury investigations.
Right. So here, reading between the lines, and this isn't news, but what he just did was confirm that it was a grand jury investigation that he was working on, right? So, you get to decode some of that as you go through.
So my ability to comment on specifics is still governed by that. I hope that voters want a district attorney who abides by laws and rules like that.
So what is he saying there? I hope that voters want a DA who abides by laws and rules like that. Ultimately, that's an implicit shot at the current DA who does not abide by laws and rules like that, right? And we know just from the hostage video that that's exactly right what Morrissey didn't do.
So I can talk a little bit about what has become public and sort of how that has affected my decision making. But I think your question was.
So, and when he said that about, and I assume this is obvious, but when he talked about how it has affected my decision making, that's where I think he kind of tipped his cap a little bit, or like let his hand be known that this was, part of the what the F is going on in Norfolk County kind of slogan or whatever.
Did decision making at the DA's office lead to where we are today? And I started by saying 100% yes, because I think we should be able to expect a baseline level of competence.
It's important. I think I list them.
A baseline level of competence, a baseline level of competence, ethics and thoughtful decision making, ethics and thoughtful decision making.
So there are the things that, a lot of people have said, well, why wasn't there, any result? Why didn't anybody get arrested by the feds as a result of whatever investigation? To me, this was, and I can't say for sure that this is why, and maybe there would be eventually, but these were the three things that he really highlighted: incompetence, obviously, a lack of ethics, right? Being unethical, and a rush to judgment. So what he's saying here by highlighting these other 3 points, these intangibles that he feels so strongly about, what he's also saying is, yeah, so the outcome of my investigation is this office is completely incompetent, unethical, and rushed to judgment, which I think is probably true. That's a great way, if I had to use adjectives, right, to sum up the current administration in Norfolk County.
Absolutely.
I think we're almost done with him. I think the rest.
Can we just go back for 1 second to you saying
of course,
what the F is going on in Norfolk County? Can we suggest to Adam, to the campaign, that they actually change their slogan to "What the F is going on in Norfolk County"?
I know that was. I knew that. I knew that's not how he said
like
it. That was what came to mind. How does he say it again? I forgot.
What on earth is going on in Norfolk County?
Right. Yes.
But I think what the F is it gets the point across.
Yeah. You know me, I'm always for an F-bomb, so what it is.
Listen, sometimes it's called, that's what it's for, right? It's to make that point and really get your point across when you have to. So like I said, I think we're almost.
I've said it many, many times. Going through working on Sandra's case, I'm like, what the F is going on? But I say the right word.
My God, that case is just unimaginable. Unimaginable. Okay, we're almost done.
And by the state troopers who work in the DA's office. A lot of people don't know, but in most counties in Massachusetts, housed within the district attorney's office and reporting up to the DA is a state police detective unit. It's not going to be a district attorney's office where John O'Keefe's family either doesn't know or hasn't gotten an answer from the DA's office.
So this was interesting, and Emily, you had sent this to me after, and I wanted to throw this in because there's a number of interesting pieces here that we could go on forever about, but a couple of things. He makes a point. He says, doesn't know or hasn't gotten an answer. So it confirms to me that he believes Michael Morrissey and co., and this would include Greg Connor, doesn't know and hasn't gotten an answer. In other words, they really don't know. They really have not investigated. They really believe, like Karen redid this, as opposed to believe that the people in the house did it and were actively trying to frame an innocent person to, shift blame. That's the way that this read so far, and everything I've seen from him indicates that versus a frame job specific to Michael Morrissey. So that's why I'm pointing this out here.
For what happened.
And it's interesting. So he's sort of very intentionally vague for what happened, which the way he says this indicated to me that he has a sense of what happened. He has a sense, not that Michael Morrissey and that group does, but that he has a sense.
Or if the DA's office has utterly failed to provide justice, it needs to revisit that case and figure out what happened and have a dialogue with John O'Keefe's family about what the facts actually are.
And that one was just so important, right? Like what the facts actually are, which says, what does that say? So obviously, right? Like he knows what the facts actually are. And that was just so beautiful.
A little inside baseball. When we were talking before the interview, and I was asking, like, what am I, in terms of federal investigation, like allowed to ask about? And he was like, basically, I can't talk about anything with the federal investigation. I said to him, you really wet everybody's whistle at that BC thing when you brought it up. So that was in my head too. When he was talking, I was like, are you going to say it again? Just give us a little more.
Yeah. I think he does.
He did. I just needed Sam.
So much.
No, he really did. I just needed you to read his mind for me.
I know.
Before we move on to Greg, there's something that I notice whenever he's asked about John O'Keefe, he like does this slight little smile, like, not a devilish little grin, but like this little thing, because it's like, you don't know what I know. And then he answers the question. He answers the question. That's the one thing I've noticed in his interviews. I don't know if he did it during that. I can't remember everything that went on in that panel, but I know in the few interviews that I've seen, he does this slight little smile.
Totally. And that's what I saw throughout was exactly like that, like this part of him that just really wants to be able to say what he knows, but he absolutely will not, knows he cannot. Yeah. But if you really listen to the accountability agenda and everything he's saying, I mean, he's like the last thing I think he said to you, and I'm gonna botch it a little, but I think the two things he said he would do like immediately, right? It was integrity unit and cold case, I think were the two things. Like work on the police and getting the police, well trained and up to speed, and integrity, like, which is just like, come on, at the most basic level, like what we want from our police, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's what we all want. That's how policing should be.
I know. It's brutal. Yeah, and he's right. It should be the best of the best. It should be the elite squad, right? You would think, and it's just
especially the ones who are working for the DA's office, who are investigating like murders and domestic violence and all these other issues. They're the ones who are that we need to have the most integrity.
I know. It used to drive me crazy that Adam Lally, I don't even want to get into it right now, but yeah, I mean, there's just no integrity, like Hank Brennan with the shirt and trying to pass it off like road rash, and just the whole thing. Yeah. No integrity at all. Really, really sad. Really sad. And that's what you're going to see from Greg Conner, because it's just clear as day. I mean, you don't have to even see more than a couple of seconds of these guys to see the difference. It's just shocking. It really is. Should I play? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I remember first when...
And I apologize for the context. I didn't have... this was the best option because... Oh, this is the other thing. Greg Conner completely changes how he engages depending on who the interviewer is. So when he did the interview here on Note My Objection, it's very much focused around Karen Reed, Sandra Birchmore. Like it's in that world. It's more casual. When he's done other interviews, he's much more like politicky. I don't know how else to say it. Stays away from those two, conversations entirely, and just kind of does like the much more serious conversation. And it's very interesting. That by itself is interesting.
Karen Reed was charged originally, in district court, and it seemed like what I still think it is an accident, a drunken accident. Were you involved at all, or do you know about that at all? Like, was there pushback internally about, we really should stick with what we can prove? Because I think it could have. I mean, I really think that if she was never charged with second degree, I don't even know if people would know Karen Reed's name.
So, no.
So the question, she's very long-winded, so I cut out 3 minutes of the question. But the question at the end of the day was, were you involved in Karen Reed, in the decision to charge Karen Reed with second-degree murder? So that's ultimately the question that was asked, which we have to keep in mind as he goes on this 4-minute rant.
I wasn't involved in any.
So first thing you're going to see, you can't tell because she has a split screen, but what you see is he is actually, and you'll notice in a minute when he does start to make eye contact again, for the first 3 or 4 sentences of this response, he's looking away from her and he's not looking at her directly at all as he gives us this response. So were you involved with the decision-making in the Karen Reed case? Right off the bat, we get to this repetition. I wasn't, which means this is very sensitive, which would be a flag. If we're going to put up if we had flags, we would be putting one up right here.
No, I wasn't involved in any charging decisions. And actually I'm smiling because I'm like,
so he's smooth. It's hard to catch. He starts and then he switches gears and then he switches gears. That's called self-monitoring. And you're going to see a lot of that from him throughout the entirety of this interview. But it's interesting the way he's doing it here. So it's something we have to pay like ridiculous attention to.
actually I'm smiling because I'm like,
okay. So he switches from it, which is a way that you would, you use that as a substitute to replace a noun or non-human entities, right? Objects. But then he puts in an I'm. So, which is, used to talk about him personally. He does a lot of this kind of wordplay, using various verb tenses in a very strange way. He'll talk about himself in the third person. He switches the subject, right? It's very bizarre, but it's something that we know because this is what you see when you start to see more of when somebody's being deceptive. Because what are they doing? They're trying to artfully answer in a very specific way, as opposed to just, search your memory and then answer honestly. And we're going to see a lot of that here from him because my suspicion is he was very involved. He was pretty high up in that office. So my guess is he was pretty involved.
actually I'm smiling because I'm like, you and I are on the same page.
So this again is another, think about that. I'm like, you and I are on the same page. Well, we're talking about something that's happening right now, right? He's speaking about something going on in this moment. He's like, yeah, I'm like, which when you start to hear that, you think he's going to say something about something that happened in the past, right? Like, I was like, and then we said, but he doesn't do that. And like, it's like, oh yeah, what I'm about to say, it's kind of like what happened, but it's kind of like we're on the same page, kind of, which means we're not probably on the same page, but I'm going to sell it like we are. And I think this is his tailored answer to how to deal with this very polarizing question about this case. How would you do this case differently? His whole thing is, I would just go with manslaughter.
Smiling because I'm like, you and I are on the same page. So for me, what would happen was
all right, right off the bat, we have deception. What he's about to say, we know is now going to be deception. We don't know what it is yet, but we know it's deception because we right off the bat have this repetition, and particularly in this setting, in this context where he knows people like us are going to be cutting this tape, watching it, analyzing it. This is exactly what you don't want to see, exactly what you expect to see when somebody is being deceptive.
This is that I finished my second trial on Emmanuel Lopes around February of 2024, and Reed's first trial is going to go in April of 24, I think.
So you see how he's like looking anywhere he can find, but at her. And most of the time when you're like, when we're answering a question and we are trying to find the answer in our mind, we would look up and back. So like a date, for example, August 2024. But then you re-engage eye contact like a normal person, you know, after you find the answer. He's just like, can't look at her. And it's very, very shady. And because I've done a much more extensive analysis of him that we're not going to get to see today, we get a lot of this from Greg Connor during this interview specifically.
And so I was asked to watch it, and I was like, I can watch it, but there's nothing I can do. Like the case is in the can. Nothing I can do. Like the case is in the can.
So this is very strange. First, we have him recalling dialogue. He's being generic, non-specific. He's bouncing in and out between explaining what he was working on in a different case. So he's, you know, distancing. He's trying to minimize as much as possible any involvement in the Karen Reed case. Like it is the plague that he wants no part of. And he's going to do this over and over again. And he does it by just like ranting for a very long time.
So I really don't know all the evidence. In addition, I've got my other casework. I can't spend 6 weeks or 8 weeks.
So you were trying cases the whole time.
Oh, yeah. So that case was a bear.
So now he's going to go, you know, he's giving us an explanation for why he couldn't possibly have worked on the Karen Reed case, because he had his own Emmanuel Lopes case, and that was really extensive. And he, you know, was very close to the family. And, you know, he's just going to go on and on now about that. And I don't know if we want to watch the whole thing. It's probably another couple of minutes at least. But, well, let's see if I can get to where he lands here. Where he lands eventually is telling us that, oh, well, so Morrissey asked me to watch the Karen Reed trial. So I was just like the guy that got them coffee, though. So, you know.
When he said that was the bear, do you think that was a shout out to Proctor?
No, but it's funny when he's asked about Proctor. Did you see the? I didn't include it here, but he's asked about Proctor, which was a really interesting. I'm sure he wishes he could have that one back because this was before everything that came out. But you know what? He knew, right? He knew probably more than we did, I guess, at least about what Proctor's texts really said. But you know, he's like, oh, he basically tells us he was a family. He knew he was a family man. Oh. But the thing
they hung out at a Halloween party.
Yeah, he uses Mike. He doesn't even realize he's doing it. He's asked about Michael Proctor, and then he takes that and he starts calling him Mike immediately. Mike Proctor, Mike Proctor, Mike Proctor. And it's like, you're trying to distance yourself from him, but you are so connected to him directly and personally that obviously you can't even do that. You don't even realize the informality with which you're speaking about him. It's.
Can I mention something in Sandra's case that
of course,
similar, and it does apply to this. Banning, when he's talking about Barwell in the interview that he did in his report where they went to the school interview Farwell. Farwell. He starts calling him Matt, and he repeatedly calls him Matt. And then also they call his brother Billy. And those are their nicknames. Those aren't something like that we call him. I always call him Matthew. because I don't know him. I don't want to know him. And I find that like similar to what you're saying.
It's exactly the same. Yeah.
And just before you press play, just to be clear, this is what Adam Deitch is up against. Like this, where it's either we're going to have Adam Deitch in office who's going to shake things up and get to the bottom of things and is passionate about the same things we're passionate about, or we're going to have Michael Morrissey part 2 a little bit louder and a little bit worse.
Yeah. And that's why, like, the reason why nobody's seen this analysis in its entirety is because I'm so conflicted on which part of this to show. Should I be more focused on Connor because it's terrifying, or should I be trying to, and I guess the answer is you have to do both, but it's a lot of work. It's exhausting. It's tough. It's so emotional. So, okay, let me finish this guy here. I'm going to fast forward a little bit because he just deflects for a really long time. He's talking about himself.
And so you really wanted to bring it home. There's 2 people that have been murdered.
You really wanted to bring it home. Not I really wanted to bring it home, but you really wanted to bring it home, which is very strange. On one hand, he's telling us about how close he feels to this family and how much he wanted to, do this for the victims. But at the same time, he's speaking about it in the third person. It's so odd.
It happened before COVID. COVID puts the brakes on everything. And you just, Chuck and Mimi Chesney became so close to me.
And is that his parents?
That's Mike's parents. And so, I was talking to these people all the time, and you wanted to do what you could for this. And you also realized to have 2 homicides in one day by one person in a community is devastating. So
I don't know, the murder of a police officer just isn't as devastating. I don't know, the murder of I don't want to. Sorry, I'm going to get angry.
Pressure was on. You really want to make sure you did right by that
officer also. So why didn't him and the rest of the office care about John O'Keefe like they did about Chestnut?
Well, I think you have the answers because there was a more important police officer they were trying to protect, right? I mean, that's the unfortunate truth. And the same thing is true with Sandra Birchmore, right? Because, well, she's not important. Who's important? This police officer who was just a horrible human being, like a documented horrible human being, right? It's like, ay.
Case. And also, I don't know how familiar you are with mental health defenses. Basically, the prosecution doesn't get the medical records or the mental health records until there's been the exchange of the reports. And we didn't have the exchange of the reports until 30 days before trial. So I got 4,000 pages of mental health records right before the first trial. And so
you see what he's doing here. Remember the question, were you involved in Karen Read being overcharged? What he's doing is giving us excuses for why he couldn't possibly have been involved because he was so busy with these 4,000, pages of mental health documents that he had to go over around the same time.
You spend
oddly, the timing is not the same time. He's trying to make it seem like it's the same time, but it's actually not the same time. And so it's a little bit dishonest also.
Every waking hour looking through this. I now need eyeglasses because of it, looking through this stuff. And so you get ready for trial that way. So then you try the case. It goes about 6 weeks. You have a juror that won't deliberate. And so then you have to retry it. And then, you put your life on hold for about 2 years to get this one case done. And so, I guess that leads into where I was on Reed was I finished the Lopes case. And I'm asked to watch it. I'm like, but I got to get back to my own work. And so what I did is I created a schedule.
And who asked you to watch it?
Oh, Morrissey. Yeah, he asked me to watch it. Like, yeah.
Just to see how the trial was going and moving along.
So, the other thing was it was in the smaller courtroom.
Totally.
Each side.
So the other thing I would say too is you have to pay close attention to Connor, but remember Morrissey's not actively taking any kind of legitimate attorney role. Like he's not working as a lawyer in that office. So he has no choice but to offload work to the people that are working for him. And Connor would have been really high up on that list. This would have been one of his, it's kind of like Brian Tully was the go-to on all the emails. Connor would have been on all of those emails. He would have been the go-to too. He's like, Morrissey light. It's very important for us to not be fooled by this nonsense because he was involved in almost everything.
Had, I think, 10 or 8 seats for them.
Oh, and also, right. I remember seeing him all the time during the first trial sitting in the courtroom. But he's trying to say here that he made a calendar and just somebody in the office was there. I would love, if I had the time, I would do this. Maybe I'll try to keep it in the back of my mind. Like I'll write a note on my computer every time I go back and watch any of the footage from the first trial. See, is it somebody else or is it him? Because my guess is the vast majority of the time, it is him sitting in on that trial.
And so then there were 4 seats that were for other observers. And the DA's office had a 1 seat for a dedicated observer. So I just set up a schedule where somebody from the office could be there and, you know,
Watch
hey,
it, yeah.
watch it. Like, does somebody need coffee? Go grab coffee
Yep.
for these people and stuff like that. So, and in
Stuff
doing
like
so,
that.
to your point,
Somebody grab coffee and stuff like that. So, right. What is the stuff like that they're doing on behalf of, you know, whoever, Adam Lally, whoever was, you know, needed whatever they needed. Just so silly.
I'm watching it and like, I'm not seeing a homicide. I'm seeing the question I'm seeing being litigated in the first trial was, does the truck hit John?
Yes.
And so if that's the question, right? If we're
The question, so you see how he's actually dancing around this here. The question I'm seeing being litigated, so he's trying to make this as objective, take out any personalization at all as much as he can, distance himself as much as he can, so that he can give the most generic answer and not make anybody, you know, mad at him, essentially. Now, the other thing that's odd about this, I don't know if you guys would feel this way, but when you think back to the first trial, is that the question that you feel was litigated so obviously? Because in the first trial, I feel like it was obviously a part of the first trial, but there was all this other third-party culprit stuff. There was a lot of other things going on during the first trial. So to hear him say the question that I felt was being litigated during the first trial was whether the truck hit John, that felt dishonest to me, because I don't think that the second trial, that was very obviously what was being litigated, but I didn't think that was true as much in the first trial. I don't know if you guys feel that way also or not, but
Exactly. That was our biggest kind of fumble in the first trial, was that there was such a focus on everything else that was going on that it made it hard for jurors to focus on the fact that what we're actually supposed to be talking about is, did Karen's car hit John? And the answer is no. So no.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And he's right. He's just conflating. He's also like conflating times, being very vague about the timeline for all of it. He's the worst.
litigating, does the truck hit John? We're not even close to second degree.
Right.
Right. We're really litigating whether or not you have.
So if we're litigating, you see the question, if this is what we were doing, because it's not really what we were doing, but if it was what we were doing, then we have something else, and that's what we should have been doing. And that's where I disagree with what Morrissey did. But I cut the next part out. You're going to see the very beginning of it. He goes on to defend the decision to bring on Hank. He explains why. I also didn't include this here, but he's asked directly. She doesn't let him off the hook completely. She asks some interesting questions, and one of them is, did you get asked to take this case? And he denies it, and in the way he denies it is very, very suspect. It makes me think he probably was asked.
Like, you have negligence, do you have recklessness, do you have, and because of the OUI component, do you have a manslaughter and a motor vehicle manslaughter? So that's what I was seeing being litigated, and I just never saw the second degree. And so
I just never saw. So I didn't even realize this till right now, but that statement is absolutely deceptive. I just never saw the second degree is false. So he's lying. That's an outright lie. He does not believe that. That means he did see the second degree, which means he was supportive of the second degree. Just FYI, I picked up on that a little bit earlier, but the way he said that, that's a big red flag. And makes me very strongly. I'd put money on it that he absolutely was supportive of second degree and believed that it was second degree, which is even crazier that he would believe that.
You know, the next trial comes along. I'm now doing my own casework, and I got to get back up to speed on Walsh. And then they hire Hank. They bring Hank in, and I thought that if they're going to bring in Hank, they don't need me because I'm not going to, there's another person doing this case, and it seems like there was this desire that there should be an independent prosecutor coming in and doing the case with Hank.
Right. And that's what he ends up leaning on in the end. In the question that he's asked directly about, were you asked to take the Reed case? He deflects and says, well, no, I thought it was a good idea, no matter how much it cost, to bring in an objective person. So that is as much as I brought for today.
And for him to support that with how much they spent on Karen Reed's case is, everybody should want to, I can't even think of what I want to, it should make everybody very scared in Norfolk County. Just imagine all the other cases that were neglected for the money that they paid.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was their whole budget. I had learned that yesterday, that their $2 million, I guess, was the entire budget. Is that right? It was $2 million for the whole year, the whole office, the whole budget, and that was half of the Karen Reed expense, something along those lines.
And then Morrissey had to send in a letter being like, we're up against unprecedented defense and we need more money.
It reeked of desperation.
I have potholes that I would
totally
fixed outside of my house.
Yeah,
we don't need to be charging innocent women anymore.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
And I agree, Debbie, it reeked of desperation.
It's just I struggle that so many people, so many professionals could be that dumb. They can't all be that dumb.
AllegedlyLB up. Hi.
Hello, Leanne. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me.
Along with Debbie, Leanne's also boots on the ground. What standout do you organize?
The Medfield standout.
And what time is that and where?
It's 5:30 to 7 on Tuesdays, and we stand at the corner of Starbucks and next to the town hall.
Oh, where Greg did his little chit chat where he was like, my grandmother used to go to this building right over here. And if you look behind me, and it's like, dude, you're in a Starbucks parking lot. Relax. Yeah. You're not giving us a tour of old New England.
Exactly.
Debbie, before we move on, before we get too deep in why everybody's voting or is supporting Adam Deitch, what about the standout that you guys do over that highway? How can people come join you? Where is it, and where's the best place for them to park?
Well, we stand out over the bridge near Topgolf in Canton, over the overpass. We park across the street from either Topgolf or near Topgolf. Actually, we all kind of park at different places. But it's you just walk up the hill and we're there every Sunday. From 11 to 1.
Yeah. So if anybody wants to join them, please do. We do have a little flyer that we can show in a little while. All the places people can go to stand out and show their support for Adam Deitch, because it's very important to
definitely want more bodies.
Yeah.
I have a question for you guys. I don't know if you've already said this, and I apologize if you have. I know he mentioned that people that to vote in the Democratic primary, if you are an independent or if you are a Republican, you have to change something to be able to do that. Is there a time limit? Can people do that up until the last minute, or how much time do you need to be able to, make that change and then also vote come that week before Labor Day?
That's a great question. I know Massachusetts, yes, because Massachusetts doesn't have same day voter registration. So I assume you have to do something at least like 10 up to 10 days ahead of time or
Yeah,
something.
it's 10
So yes,
days.
let's ask.
10 days.
Yeah, it's 10 days before.
Okay.
And I think if you're independent, you can vote in either primary. So I don't think that
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah.
In New
Yeah,
York,
and
you
so that's
can't. That's why I said it. Sorry.
In New York, you can't, even if you're an independent.
You cannot. Yes, you can't. Not for the primary. You can vote in the election either way, but you can't vote in the primary.
Oh, interesting. So Massachusetts doesn't even call it independent. It's called unenrolled. And so if you are a Republican who feels very invested in this, which I actually think is kind of an interesting like factor in this race specifically that I don't know has come out before, that's a place where Adam can pick up, I think, a bunch of new voters who are free care and read and really invested in this and maybe have never voted for a Democrat before. You don't have to register as a Democrat. You don't have to vote for any other Democrats. But if you are an unenrolled voter, then you can vote in the Democratic primary. And those are the people where it's like, nobody's reaching out to you. You're not on any list. You're not on the doors that are typically knocked. Like that is a subset of voters that have never really been tapped into in something like this. And I'm not a political strategist, but if I were, that's where I would be kind of like figuring out how to, because that's Greg Conner has the machine behind him. And the machine doesn't know those people who are free care and read, who are this invested in the corruption in Norfolk County.
Amen.
I have a question for Debbie and Leanne. What made you guys want to, you guys were free care and read and you transitioned over to Adam Deitch. What made you guys, want to jump into the political game of getting Adam elected?
Leanne, you want to go first? I feel that supporting if Adam Deitch is conducive to getting justice for all the victims that we stand out for. It's a lot of the candidates are professional, but none of them have the special skills that he has. We can't imagine what he must know that he can't talk about. But it must have been something, I suspect, to inspire him to change his life in such a sudden, dramatic way. So I think I know that was echoed before. I heard I heard other people saying that, and I think that's the takeaway. Everybody seems to recognize that really makes him stand out. Is his experience and his passion, and it's just very clear. He's on a mission, it seems, and it gives us hope.
What about you, Leanne?
I think it's because I believe that he's truly focused on restoring public trust. And I think we're ready for a district attorney that's transparent, accountable, and independent, regardless of, party lines and just how he feels about the individual cases and wanting to bring light to those and get justice.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate you guys, being out there every week, standing up, trying to get his name out there as much as we can. And, I know for me, it means a lot from running Sandra's case, running Sandra Birchmore's case. It means a lot that you guys are out there, and, you guys have both come to Sandra's standouts too. So I appreciate you guys for that. But trying to be out there to get Adam's name out there as much as you guys can, we appreciate that. And I know Adam does too.
And in a local election, like the couple people each time that you're at a standout, one or two people that like notice you and ask questions and then go home and tell their spouse about Adam, like that is really where a race is won. I was looking up the last time that this was a contested election for the Norfolk County District Attorney was in 2010, and only 14% of the total electorate went out to vote. So when you think about your vote really does make a difference. And the one person that you talk to that you get invested in this, really does it to be the difference of who our next district attorney is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sam, I know that you have things that you need to get to, so I want to let you go, but your analysis is number one, just so like entertaining. I feel like it is cool to be able to like get into somebody else's mind, and you do it so well. And the passion that you have for this in a state that you're not a resident of, and cases that you're not directly connected to, it really shows what we all could, like, we all can be doing more, and we all can be kind of channeling our inner Sam Benigno and getting as excited about this as you are. You are phenomenal. We appreciate
thank you so much. Thank all of you guys for doing the work. I mean, if I was there, I'd be doing it with you. I'll do anything I can.
You know you would.
So true.
Before Sam leaves, can I shoot my shot a little bit? Is there any way you and I could do either a dual stream or something and talk about Sandra's case?
Of course, I would love that. That'd be amazing.
Okay. Do you mind if I get your contact info from Emily?
No, please do.
Awesome.
Please
Thank
do.
you.
Of course.
Everybody's been telling me, get into contact with Sam, talk to her. And I'm glad we had this moment. And your analysis has been amazing. And I love watching your show too. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. Yes,
Thank
I look
you,
forward
Sam.
to it.
That was great.
You're the best.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
guys.
Night.
Bye.
Mizzy, like 6 months ago, I sent Sam an email and I was like, hey, like, I'm a big fan. I just wanted to like let you know that. I was just thinking like I watch all your videos and I should just let you know. And now we're very good friends and we talk almost every day. So
awesome.
She really is the best.
It was great to have, be with her tonight, and her analysis was awesome. It was so interesting, and the things that you pick up on as a layman, you're like, okay, I did pick up on the right thing. So it's
Yes. I want to ask you guys more about the standouts, because I feel like there might be people in the chat that are thinking like, oh, I want to go, but like I'm not really like a people person, or I feel awkward, like everybody kind of knows each other, and I'm gonna not know anybody. What advice would you have for somebody who might be wanting to get involved but maybe a little bit nervous?
We all just love having new faces, and it's really low pressure. You show up when you can. You can, stay as long as you can, or but no, you have plenty of space, and there's just always somebody to talk to. So it's if you don't like a conversation, that'll never happen though. This is a great group of people, and I've made so many friends there. It's I love the people that I've met there, and it changes. There's plenty of standouts. You can scout it out. You can start your own.
I'm gonna pull that up again for people to know when the standouts are.
I think too, we were all new at one point. We all had to show up, and like I know for me, it took a lot to go to my first one. And then once you do, you just in it and you feel it. And like Debbie said, everybody's so welcoming and loving, and you really just start to enjoy going and look forward to it.
Can I say
we always have plenty of signs?
Something awesome about both of these women. They have gotten their sons involved, and their sons have, were both free Karen Reed and now have transitioned over to, doing this. So that's an amazing thing that they're showing their sons, so they can go on to be good citizens, and be involved and understand what, happens when you don't have a good government.
Yeah, I mean, I've been going with my son every week for 2 years, pretty much, and he always wants to go, and I never make him go, and it's he knows what's going on, and I'm glad that he wants to go with me, and that he feels the way I do about everything.
And my son goes to school and they all think he's cool because they've seen him on like YouTube and stuff. So like all the teachers were always like, oh, you're the kid from whatever. Like So it's kind of nice for him to like be recognized.
I hardly ever have any time to devote during the day. I have a 5-year-old who's I can't bring to these things, but I really love making signs. So if you ever need new signs, I'm happy to make them. I will volunteer my
It's a nice sign.
That's beautiful.
Nice big
Yes, I love it. I love it.
I have no artistic talent at all.
It's my thing. Well, Boozey, are you ready back there? I see Boozey back there, but she's getting her sign ready, I think. I'm pulling you up. I can't tell if you're saying you're ready or not. Are you good?
Okay, first of all, mic check. I have a new mic.
We can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear my fan? Because I'm sweating right now.
I can't, but I can only hear my fan.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
I can't hear either of your fans.
Okay.
I'm a fan.
Yes. For those of you, hi chat. Hi chat. Hi girls. I love you guys. Hi.
You guys, the queen is here.
No.
All hail the queen.
No. Please don't put
here, Corey.
Oh, Corey's the queen. I thought you meant me. I was like, no, I'm not. That's Corey. Like, I want Corey to forever and always have the crown, please. Okay.
We have a lot of queens now. We have a whole kingdom of queens.
Okay, can we just say, I mean, I love the men of the movement, but the women, I mean, we need to give all the women their flowers because OMG, the strength in all of you. Like seriously, Emily, you all are incredible. And I say this all the time. It does not matter if you are on camera, if you prefer to stay off camera, if you do the standouts, if you are not in the state, if you just share, like, comment, do the things, you all matter. And I cannot thank you all enough for being here, for everyone on the screen, for everyone that'll watch this on the replay. We all appreciate you so much. So much. And if you live in Norfolk County, please, for the love of Christ, vote for Adam Deitch. Please.
Yes. September 1st.
74 days. Fast.
When we were planning this tonight, Mizzy and I were intentional about keeping this all women as a reflection of how women have been treated by this current administration in the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Like, I think that, like, speaking to, like Mizzy was talking earlier about the racism in Proctor's text and the sexism in Proctor's text, there is like an undertone that you sometimes feel and you're like, I just know that this exists, but like, I can't name it. I can't point to anything in particular, but I just know it's there. And like women out there all know what I'm talking about. And I think that feeling that we've all had where it's like, they just don't value us needs to change.
Well, I have two stories of real quick. One was outside of Karen's and Turtle Boy had a hearing that day. And this woman came out and she was screaming because she was beaten by this man, like almost to death. And they dropped the case and didn't even tell her. She didn't find out till she went to court. And then another time we were doing a Stronger Together out in front of Morrissey's office. And this woman came by with her 2 daughters and she just like started crying and told us her story. And it was also a similar situation where she was abused by her ex-husband and they weren't treating her right. And so the way that office has treated women, there are other people, there's probably people in the chat who have dealt with them as a victim of, I can't talk, a victim of circumstance. And, that's why it's so important for strong women to stand up and give other women courage to come stand with us. You don't have to always be the person out front talking, but you can stand with us and make sure that, we, make the change and get Adam Deitch elected.
I just ordered my Adam Deitch shirt. You guys just inspired me.
Yay!
So that's another thing you guys in the chat can do. You can also get those cool shirts.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a way to support them too, is getting the merch, and then you get to wear a cool T-shirt. You know.
Yep. I got the white one.
Oh.
I am not good with white T-shirts because they get makeup and messy.
Yeah.
Me either. I'm just gonna use it for like live streams, and then I'll buy another one.
Yeah, that's smart, Mizzy.
So, Boozey, why are you supporting Adam Deitch? What is?
So with everything, and I know there's going to be some people that are watching that won't agree with this when I say this, but I actually do look at everything objectively, and I look and I watch and I look at people's patterns, how they answer questions, how they ask questions, and I'm like, okay, in this instance, I looked at all of the candidates, which, by the way, I didn't even know about one of the candidates until the other night with the debate. I had no idea there was another one. I was
Jubinville?
Yeah, what's his last name?
Jubinville. He rose from the dead for the debate the other night. He was great. Like, not we shouldn't. Yeah, we shouldn't elect him, but I loved having him there because it was like Grandpa came in to be like, back in my day, and it was like anything that he said, it's like, shh, Grandpa's talking, let him cook. And then Adam was right next to him to help him with the microphone, and then Greg's just sitting there like, we can have a couple clips from that.
Did you say Craig or Greg?
Craig just sat there. That was so funny. There was one moment, there's a Craig and a Greg, and there was one moment where they're like, Craig, and he's just sitting there like,
He was probably looking at some papers for the school board or select board, whatever.
and then he said, "Can you repeat the question?" It's like, dude, you were gonna have to answer the question anyways. So whether you were first or last, you should still know what the question is.
Totally. And that was the first time we even got to see them kind of be able to debate a little bit. And you know what? That was weak sauce because there was only, what was it? Perkins and Deitch were the only ones that really, or I think maybe Jim Baccarat did it once too, but no one really was like pushing.
My
and I'm
best
like,
friend Jim.
I need you guys, the candidates, to poke and actually start debating, because we need to know the differences between all of you, because not everyone watches the YouTube of it all. You know, they go locally to these events, and the only way we're really going to figure it out is to see how you all interact with one another, because that's going to show how are you going to interact with us when we're not happy. Are you going to shut us down? Are you going to be rude? Or are you going to listen and carry on conversations, difficult conversations, when maybe, you know, we do poke a little bit too much as a public, and maybe there are things we shouldn't know, but you know what, like, just tell us all at this chance, you know, Adam, we want to know all. But I can understand why that they don't. But so when I look at them objectively, I'm like, okay, let's all do a clean slate. Yeah, and we had Deitch that he did the federal investigation. Perkins has her background. Lee has her background. I'm like, okay. I met Jim at opening statements for trial 2 for Karen Reed's trial. Had a little conversation with him. I was like, okay, I don't want to be, you know, biased in all of this. I actually want to do, and I had papers and I had notes for every single person, and I went through, and I was like, it really wasn't until maybe 2 weeks ago, and I was like, I can't keep sitting on this. Like, I have a platform. I need to use it. I need to be vocal, fair, but vocal. And Adam just keeps winning on everything that I personally care about. He just keeps coming out on top for me. Every single time I think of something that, you know, maybe he won't be able to do this, or maybe he might disappoint me here. And it's like someone else disappoints me more. Whether it's more than just Greg Conner too.
What you were just saying about how are they going to respond to us when we have questions or whatever, we got the answer to that at the end of the debate, because Greg Conner beelined out of there. He was like nowhere to be found. Jim Bearcat was friendly and kind of hung out for a little while. A couple of the other candidates were lingering around. We all got kicked out because Adam Deitch was still just hanging out with us, chit-chatting, answering questions, like literally 2 or 3 times they had to be like, we're locking the school now, and then finally we left. And he is like what Sam was saying, he really is just as passionate and invested in this as all of us are, and you can really feel it.
Yeah. And I need to say this too, because I actually had walked out to have a conversation with some people outside, and then I walked back into the auditorium. And I was actually there when Greg Connor was leaving, which, like Emily said, was pretty much right away. Like, he may have had a short conversation inside the auditorium, but then when he exited those doors, he really did just go right on out. And him and I locked eyes for just a hot moment, and he looked straight down to the floor. If that says anything about the candidate, won't even look at me, whatever. But if you can't even look at someone that's a critic of yours, that says a lot about how you think about your campaign, how you think about yourself, because you can't have a conversation with your critic. That's not good. You're a candidate running for a public position. You should be able to have a conversation with your biggest critics. So
that, or
should I
just
pull
go
up? I have some video from the debate. If you want me to pull some of those up that we can watch. Are we interested in that?
Is it a flyer looking at the ceiling?
She wanted me not to watch them so I could give an honest opinion. And I told her that she would probably get the emoji that was like, like blocking out the swear.
Wait. So Emily, she doesn't know about the Connor.
I think we should start with this one then.
Oh shit.
The only one I've seen is the one that with Adam's opening. That's all I've seen.
Okay, let me just preface this. Do you remember how you felt about Bob? Okay, you're welcome.
Is it this clip? I actually am not sure that I think this is what you're talking about. Okay. Also, a major shout out to Law Girls Not Attorneys for being there to film the whole thing. It's a second of Jubinville because I was rushing to do this. Can you hear that?
You want a DA? You got plenty to pick from. Don't pick me. If you want somebody that's going to make a difference from the top down, to instill in that office the fairness and credibility that it deserves, to bring that office back up to where it should be, I suggest a vote for me. You give me 4 years, just 4 years, and I'll make that damn office the best district attorney's office in the Commonwealth.
He's so cute. You go, Grandpa.
Thank you, Bob. Greg, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It has been my greatest honor to serve the people that I grew up in this county.
I'm going to pause it there for just a second. We haven't gotten to the egregious part yet, but that was already pretty egregious. Being part of this administration that they just spent an hour, 2 hours, this is 2 hours in, talking about corruption and cover up and all the problems and how are you going to audit all the problems. He stands up and says, this is my greatest honor being part of this office. Cool. Okay. Mizzy, take a big deep breath because here we go.
And I want to continue to do that. And I want to bring back the integrity to this office because when I joined it, I saw how great it could be. I recognized that its credibility was damaged with those two cases, with Sandra Birchmore and Karen Reed. I recognize that.
I'm sorry, who? Sandra?
Yeah.
Doesn't know her name. That's all we need to watch at that part.
And also, just like, why isn't he also including John O'Keefe? Like he should have said Sandra Birchmore, John O'Keefe in the prosecution of Karen Reed.
And we also need to say that he didn't just bring up names or buzzwords on his own. There was already other candidates saying these names and words before he even said it himself. And it was actually Perkins. So Perkins did a whatever they do to be like, I want to have an objection.
Wait, don't say that part yet. Hold on. I'm gonna play that part.
Oh, okay. Bring that up.
Before we play that, can I tell you something about Sandra?
Please.
She really liked her name pronounced properly, and she hated being called Sandy. And I heard a specific story where she, kind of gave somebody the business when they called her Sandy. Don't you ever call me Sandy. My name is Sandra, type deal. So she was very particular about people calling her by her proper name.
Yeah, because she was a bit of like a spitfire, right, Mizzy? From what I've heard from you and Barb.
I always say, like, people like when I'm trying to like find the words, I say she was very sassy. You know, she definitely was. She was a lot of times the smartest person in the room, but people didn't think it. You know, type deal. And yeah, she was a little firecracker.
Keep going. I'm getting the clip.
She's like, keep going.
Sorry.
So for him to mispronounce her name and for Bob to mispronounce his name, mispronounce Sandra's name, yeah, she probably would have gave them the business, you know.
Can I just
Bob the business?
So where I was in the auditorium, Emily was more closer to the front, where I was in one of the last rows before you went up to like the whatever other seats. And I got a good visual of everyone that was in front of me. And when he said her name wrong, the audible that you heard in the group, like the entire crowd, there had to have been at least 50 people all at the same time. They were like, in order for you to hear it so loudly like that. And like me looking around at everyone, they all were just like shaking their heads. They were like, you just don't care. You can't even pronounce her name wrong. That's like, if we're correlating back to John O'Keefe, can you imagine if John O'Keefe was called Joe? It's disrespectful. Like you actually don't care.
Yeah.
So in this question, Juna Perkins is talking about the budget, basically.
We can't hear it, Em.
Why is the whatever you call it, the like default on StreamYard not to share the audio?
Because StreamYard sucks.
Yes, it is so ridiculous. Well, that's okay because I started it too early anyway. So let's try this again.
At the expense not only of a family that's been waiting for justice like the O'Keefes did, and also to the many other families in our community who have suffered similar losses and didn't get the same kind of resources. So to me, that was the worst thing in the world, was that, you know, we had had serious murders in our county. We've had 16, I think, murders and domestic violence murders in the past 6 years. And none of those families got the resources that the second trial of Karen Reed did.
Greg, you have a rebuttal. Go right ahead, 30 seconds.
I've prosecuted those domestic violence murders, and I'm unaware of a murder that was charged that was never given the resources it needed to go forward.
Judy, you have 30 seconds to respond.
Sandra Birchmore.
Please hold your applause. Please hold your applause. Thank you.
That really was like the mic drop moment of the night. Like Greg's gonna sit up there and be like, well, actually, like I prosecuted all the domestic violence issues, and I had enough money for all of them. So it's fine that we spent so much money on Karen, because that's really what he was saying. Was it's not a big deal that we wasted all this money on prosecuting Karen, because I had enough money to prosecute all the domestic violence. Did you?
It's unacceptable. I mean, like the amount of money they used to go after Karen for her second trial is utterly disgusting and despicable. And that's one reason why we need somebody like Adam Deitch to go in and fix things and figure out where the money went and how he can take his budget and, you know, properly distribute and not do what they did in the Karen Reed case.
And that was brought up by almost all of them, being like, you all wasted so much money. And eventually they did get some digs in at Connor, and I was like, damn, finally. Oh, we hit 3,000, y'all.
Yes.
I can say that.
Yeah.
3,000. Hell yeah. You guys are killing
Thank
it.
you guys. Thank you, everyone. You know, you guys are awesome. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
And you know, the replay crew, you guys can donate too. You can donate after, you know, we can get an update, you know, in a couple of days from Catie and see how, you know, what our final number is. So, you know, if you guys want to donate, please feel free to donate. But thank you to everyone who already.
I'm going to pull up a couple of clips of Adam Deitch. So if he's new to anybody tonight, that you can just kind of hear some of his policy agenda. And it's just going to be a crapshoot because I am none of these are organized, and I apologize ahead of time. Let's try this one.
More of my own prosecutorial philosophy, public safety and public trust. And I think you can't have one without the other. You can't truly feel safe if we've lost the public's trust in the DA's office. So those are kind of the center concepts for me, the grounding philosophy. But three more things. One, every case should be evaluated individually. The conduct, the effect on survivors, victims, and their families, and also who the defendant is. If this is a first-time, nonviolent situation, or is this a career offender who's taking advantage of vulnerable communities? Second, following the facts and the evidence, period. Not making a charging decision until you've collected all the evidence and analyzed all the evidence. And then finally, I think the overarching goal for me, and I think for most prosecutors, has to be the just outcome. What is justice in this case? Not winning the case at all costs. Thanks.
Look at Connor's face.
The entire time he just looked like an insolent, like, what's that word? Insolent? Is that a word? Like an angry child. Is that a word? And as it came out of my mouth, suddenly it didn't sound like a word, but maybe we've just been doing this for too long and my brain is not working. He just looked like a kid sitting in timeout trying to count down the minutes until he was allowed to go back and play kickball with his friends.
Mm-hmm. Well, and unfortunately, he has the that type of heritage with the skin where once he gets flustered, embarrassed, or angry, he turns beet red. So you can tell at certain moments he's already red here. He gets like more and more and more red. He gets very uncomfortable. Like, I wish Sam was here, which, by the way, that last hour was freaking fantastic. I could watch Sam for hours and hours.
I feel the same way.
And I typically do, because her videos are typically hours and hours and hours. I'm like, yes. I like some talkers, not all talkers. Some. Sam's a talker I like. And you can just tell he's very like in his body. He's just kind of like, oh, you see how his hands are like this? He's just very like in a shell. He's trying to like make himself smaller, even though he is a large man, you know, especially sitting next to Adam, who's a smaller man. So it's like he's just kind of like turtling.
Adam's so cute. I posted this one on Twitter, and I feel like to me, this really kind of summed up the difference between Greg Connor and
whose office
Adam
wants to come to the office.
Wait, hold on. Remove.
Please come in. As far as a top-down evaluator's office wants to come to the office, the books are open. Please come in. As far as a top-down evaluation of the office, that's a transition team that everyone does in every election. There's going to be change in Norfolk County, and a transition team's coming, and it's usually made of retired judges, police officers, and outside attorneys. They evaluate every.
So just to be clear, the question here was something along the lines of like, how are you going to audit the office at the beginning of your term? And everybody had these plans of like, we're going to look at X, Y, and Z. And it was very detailed in terms of like, we're going to get to the bottom of what's been going on. And Greg's answer now is basically that he's saying, well, like that usually happens anyways, anytime that there's a new district attorney. So like, I'm just going to do the regular thing that we normally do.
Everyone in the office and everyone who wants to be a part of the office to make sure that they're part of the vision to go forward. They also evaluate internal protocols to make sure that those are part of the initial, that's going to help the vision go forward. But I would say that as far as being
it's like he's like saying, you know, oh, it's going to work itself out. You know, it's going to be taken care of. No, that's not enough. The normal course of action with a transition team coming in is not enough. We need somebody who's going to take a shovel and dig out the roots of corruption in Norfolk County.
We need a whole goddamn construction crew. Fuck a shovel.
Exactly.
You know, bring in the fucking bulldozers. Excuse my goddamn French. I know Mizzy likes to carry.
I told Mizzy before we started that I'm trying to swear more because people get so shocked if I said asshole and I was like repeating somebody else who said it. And the expert last night was like, it sounds weird hearing you say that. And I'm like, no, okay, I need to start swearing more. So I approve. And I'm sorry to anybody in the chat.
Because I have not swore and put anything in my swear jar, I'm going to put 2. One for Boozey and one for Emily.
Yes. I got a swear jar before you. It's working.
Yes,
wow.
I haven't sweared. I've been editing myself, trying to, I'm trying to be a good girl tonight. Come see me tomorrow. There will be lots of F-bombs.
It's after 10 o'clock. Now this is the rated R portion of the evening. The kids it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are?
Oh, it is my time to shine. The amount of times like trolls will come on my videos on TikTok and they'll be like, why do you swear so much? Because I'm like, it's my motherfucking page. Bye, bitch. Block.
Yes, yeah, I'm not there yet. Someday.
Oh, you will. Oh, someone's just going to push you one day.
It has been a frustrating existence to try and get information from them on the Proctor case, and we were stonewalled for over a year.
And finally, Bob, was that a rebuttal?
Poor Bob.
Yes, go right ahead. You have 30 seconds, sir.
Thank you, Kevin. I guess 2 points. First of all, I'm not going to trust an audit of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to anyone who's been part of Michael Morrissey's leadership team for the last 16 years. And second,
please listen to that one more time because that is the shade that I was looking for.
An audit of the Norfolk County District.
Go right ahead. You have 30 seconds, sir.
Thank you, Kevin. I guess 2 points. First of all, I'm not going to trust an audit of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to anyone who's been part of Michael Morrissey's leadership team for the last 16 years. And second,
please hold applause. Please hold applause. Thank you.
And second, sometimes in Norfolk County over the last few years, we've needed adults in the room. And so I'm thankful that colleagues of mine at the U.S. Attorney's Office have stepped in and done what the DA's office has been completely unable to do.
You have 30 seconds to respond if you'd like.
So, in 2002, the U.S. Attorney's Office got Michael Proctor's
In 2002, what's happening inside your brain right now?
Yeah.
In 2002, you got Michael Proctor's phone. If you got Michael Proctor's phone in 2002, then I blame you for all of it.
cloud information and didn't turn it over to anyone until 2014 when 2020 when he testified in the grand jury. When I tried to get that information in a court case, I was not allowed to get it because they would not turn it over. That would be a violation of state law in Massachusetts under a case from 2020 decided by the SJC. I would be censured by the bar if I had done what the U.S. Attorney's Office did.
Hey, Greg.
What?
It was a judge who said they couldn't turn it. It was specifically for Karen Reed and the prosecution of who was running the prosecution. A judge said, lock it down. That's who can see it. So
also, sir, you're the district. You could start your own investigation. Go do your own investigation and get his phone. Go your own route. He's Adam did his homework and now he won't share the answers with me.
Wait, hold on, Emily. You need to go back to that video right before Adam
wants to come to the office.
Right before Adam goes to answer. Go look at Bob and is it Craig's faces. It's so funny. They start giggling at each other.
Existence to try and get information from them on the Proctor case, and we were stonewalled for over a year.
And finally, Bob, was that a rebuttal?
Look at Craig. He'll look over.
Go right ahead. You have
And
30
then
seconds.
Bob giggle.
Thank you, Kevin. I guess 2 points. First of all, I'm not going to trust an audit of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
I love that.
For anyone that doesn't know, Emily always just calls Craig like the dad. He's just like the dad of the candidates, and he's just such like a, oh wow, you know, and like the fact that he's just sitting there like this, like giddy as like a little kid, like, ooh, what's this gonna be about?
Now I've been calling him prom king because I feel like he was definitely prom king. Like everybody loves him. He's just like so for anybody who hasn't been following like these debates, Craig McClellan is currently he's an attorney. I don't know his whole backstory, but he is currently serving on the school board, and he loves the school board. Like this man lives for the school board. He's so proud of his work on the school board. He's done amazing things. He's in Cohasset. They like did some stuff with a creepy teacher and going back to school with masks during COVID. And he just needs to run for a bigger version of school board, like president of all the school boards. He doesn't need to be district attorney because it makes no sense. All of his answers are about the school board.
I just think it's a very big jump to go from school board to district attorney. Like, I feel like there needs to be something bridged in between there, you know, in order for someone that's going to fully understand just how big of a job this is. Like, so like maybe select board. If we're going back to Canton, Mike Loughran, right? He was Canton select board, and now he's running for something. I don't know if it's Senate or something. I know there's someone in Canton that knows what I'm talking about. They'll be able to pop it in chat. But he's not like automatically jumping to be like, you know, like something bigger. There's a bridge in between. He has a plan. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaking of the shade, we have some videos that Jason took there, and I just called one of them. Where is this?
Yes, shout out to Jason Grant for allowing us to use his video.
This one I just titled Jubinville/Jason Shade, and I don't remember why. So let's find out together. Oh, I do know why. It's shade to Greg Connor.
Thank you for having us. It's been a pleasure. In closing, I'd like to say that what we've witnessed in the last couple of years with regard to the district attorney's office, the destruction of the district attorney's office, I say, as far as its credibility is concerned. This was all self-inflicted by assistant district attorneys. It didn't have to happen. I suggest to you, ladies and gentlemen, you need an alternative. You need somebody that can manage that office, somebody that can keep a tight leash on assistant district attorneys. I offer you the alternative candidate. I've never been a assistant DA. I was never in the DA's office. If you want a DA, you got plenty to pick from. Don't pick me. If you want somebody that's going to make a difference from the top down and instill in that office the fairness and credibility that it deserves, and bring that office back up to where it should be, I suggest a vote for me. You give me 4 years, just 4 years, and I'll make that damn office the best district attorney's office in the Commonwealth. Thank you very much.
Now let's compare Greg's real attention to detail to...
I could only hear portions of this, but Greg's face was everything.
Yeah, that's really all you needed to know about that one. This is going to be Adam Deitch's answer about, the question was something along the lines of like, how will you prosecute police officers?
Adam, the floor is yours.
As district attorney.
Oh, also, shout out to the moderator of this debate who had the best voice. It was like, welcome to the Mugar Omni Theater.
I thought
He
so.
would- Yeah, he would has that voice that like if he was to do like the bedtime story YouTubes, like he would be great at that. And that's a compliment because I listen to that.
100%.
In Norfolk County, I want to lead an office that is capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time. At the U.S. Attorney's Office, I specialized in public corruption cases and prosecuted police corruption cases and worked alongside outstanding members of law enforcement who investigated those cases. And I've seen the look on the good cops when they uncover the conduct of the bad ones. And the good ones, despite what's been going on in this county for far too long, the good ones far outnumber the bad ones. But I mentioned an anti-corruption task force earlier because it's not easy for a DA's office to prosecute police cases because police officers, by virtue of their job, have relationships with folks at the DA's office. There's a way to do it, and there's a smart, modern way to do it by isolating an ADA and isolating investigators to do these kinds of cases. I will say that I would not trust anyone who's been part of Michael Morrissey's leadership team to handle conflicts of interest in Norfolk County.
Thank you. Craig.
Oh, that's where they had the Craig issue. No. Before we talk about that, I want to bring up here Britt Happens.
Hello.
Hey, the shit show made it finally.
No, you are not a shit.
Oh no, I gotta put another thing on.
Oh boy. Oh, when I say shit show, I mean at the office, the roof was leaking. We had crazy thunderstorms today.
Oh no.
So I came home like this, but I'm good. I got
We're
something
so
to eat.
happy you're here. You look beautiful, and
I'm glad to
I'm
be
so
here.
glad that you're able to make it.
Thank you for
Can you
having
tell us
me.
a little bit about what brings you to this movement for Adam Deitch?
Oh, well, where do you begin, right? So my journey to supporting Deitch started, with the Karen Reed case. I am not a Massachusetts resident. I am far, far away in a land called Florida that never hears about this stuff. Now, in my research of Karen Reed, obviously, Morrissey was one of those recurring issues that kept coming up. And I looked up this guy, and you guys are probably well aware, but he had no experience as an actual attorney.
He's a politician.
Yeah, he's been a politician his entire career since 1976, and only in 4 of those elections has he even been opposed. So this guy has been going election after election after election, and I mean, aside from basically him coming into office and then changing from being a state representative to a state senator and then to DA, those really are the only elections that he had opposition at all. And that's not something I'm used to seeing. That's not something that I'm used to repeating to someone and having Massachusetts residents say back to me, oh no, that's completely normal. That happens all the time. I mean, I spoke to multiple members of this community telling them this about Morrissey, and they were like, oh no, that's another Tuesday, And so, in watching what has happened since, having somebody who not only has been very clear about, the mistakes, the misconduct, the conflicts of interest, the incompetence that we've seen, because it's almost like we've been, I feel like the word gaslit has been overused, but what I actually,
when the shoe fits, you got to use it.
Exactly. I drafted out a pretty long tweet about it, and I put up, and I'm telling you, if I were the campaign manager for Adam Deitch, this picture of Greg Connor standing with Michael Proctor, I believe on the courthouse steps, I would have that image on every freaking billboard, every poster, every sign. I'll pay for someone to put it as like a mural. Can anyone do illustrative portraits on the side of a wall? I would have it plastered everywhere, because this single image just shows so much how incestuous things are. And Deitch is coming from outside the community. He also is coming from a place where he has a very clear perspective of what we've all been asking, which is what else is buried in this unethical hole that has been dug for years and years. He knows where to look. He knows where to sniff, and he wants to. Okay.
He already looked. He has the answers. He just needs
Exactly.
the space.
Yeah,
100%. I mean, as someone who had the perspective of being part of this federal investigation that we don't know a whole lot about, but with that, he's going to be uniquely equipped to come in and make some changes. And what I like about him too, also, and this is why I mentioned Morrissey having no experience, he has experience on both sides of the criminal justice aisle, right? Not only was he, with the U.S. Attorney's Office, but he also worked for the Innocence Project prior to that. So
that's one of my biggest reasons why I really, really support him, because working for the Innocence Project before he went on to be a prosecutor, it gives him a certain perspective that will be needed to, help that office.
Yes. And an overarching theme in, what I see a lot of prosecutors is this very casual disregard for how serious a wrongful conviction is. That is something that they just treat like, oh, well, I mean, I would expect the same attitude from a part-time fry cook who made a hamburger wrong. This is somebody whose life has been taken from them, and with added humiliation. If you were to hypothetically kill somebody, their life is over. Okay, that's terrible. But if you put them behind bars, you've taken more from that person than just their life. You've taken their image to the public. You've, taken all their credibility. You've possibly taken close friends and family away from that person. Imagine all the opportunities you are missing out on, and all the family time. I mean, to have all that taken away from you, and to have like your community turn your back on you, basically, is just this added distaste, right? So when I see prosecutors not taking that seriously, that puts a fire in my belly. And furthermore, seeing Adam Deitch's attitude toward wrongful convictions, he has a heart for making sure that if he's going to do it, he's going to do it right. The I's are going to be dotted. The T's are going to be crossed. He's going to show his work for you math teachers out there. It's going to be done in a way that we all can, verify for ourselves, and that we can feel good about. I want to feel good about what people were putting in prison. I don't know about you, but I feel like we can feel good about what people are going to prison with Adam Deitch as Norfolk County DA.
Yeah.
Britt, going back to the part you said at the beginning about the picture of Morrissey and Greg Connor, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think there's even a step before that needs to happen, and why these donations matter, because Michael Morrissey is not a household name in Norfolk County. He is to us in this community. He is to the people that like we're talking their ears off about, it hasn't permeated into the like mainstream the way that Michael Proctor has. And I think that we as a community, like that was my takeaway looking around at the debate, was kind of like everybody here seems like they're already tied to a candidate or they're already invested in this race in general. And it hasn't broken out into like the regular everyday voter that's like, oh, there's a district attorney's race. Like, let me find out about these candidates. And I think that we have time right now, and like these donations make such a big difference for the like mainstream to learn. Step one, there's a problem in the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office right now. Step two, Michael Morrissey is the problem. Step three, Greg Conner is Michael Morrissey. Step four, oh, here's Adam Deitch.
Right. How do we get there cognitively? What is the roadmap? It is getting these donations in so that there are resources to put signs out, you know, have more people on social media, do things that it takes. Because, I mean, I'm sure a lot of the people on this panel and a lot of the people in the chat, let's just push it back to like, say, before the year 2022. I would bet money that a lot of us did not know who our own DA was. And so that is still happening, you know, in Norfolk County, just like any other county. So, you know, it is important that this becomes the big thing that's happening in your town. And man, I hope Norfolk wakes up and pays very close attention prior to the primaries.
I will say one of the biggest thorns and probably one of the most dumbest decisions Morrissey ever did was make that non-apology fucking whatever you want to call it, the hostage video. Like that. Even people that didn't know, they were like, who the hell is this guy? I'm like, that's our district attorney. You didn't know that? And they were like, what? I'm like, yeah, he's not supposed to be doing this. Actually, like that's actually like not what he's supposed to be. He's not supposed to be advocating like this. He's supposed to be behind the scenes. He's not supposed to be doing this. And that's when it put his name more on the map, even though he's been here forever and ever and ever. Like people were just like, what do you mean Colin Albert wasn't in the house? How would you know that? Were you there?
What's he? Who even knows? And he knew that he shouldn't have been putting his thumb on the scale because he literally said that after the Walsh trial. He was like, I couldn't have said anything until now because I didn't want to put my thumb on the scale. Dude, you put your whole ass on the scale on Karen Reed.
Address of its kind.
Guys, I'm gonna get off. Thanks for having me.
Nice
Thank
to
you
meet
so
you.
much for
Talking
being
to
here.
you.
Bye.
Can you say where the standout your standout is again?
Oh,
I
Medfield.
have the image.
It's Medfield Tuesdays. Is it 5:30 to 7:30? 6 Tuesdays.
5:30 to 7.
Oh hell yeah, I'm on it. Yeah.
I kind of want to go back to something that Britt was kind of saying and kind of jump off that. When she was saying, you know, we got to get like, you know, them putting signs up and whatever they post, you know, is also incumbent on us. If they share something, blast it out. That's how people in this chat can help. That's how boots on the ground can help. That's how we all as creators can help. And if you see something by a creator, you know, there are 4 of us on the screen right now. If you see, you know, a post by one of us that, you know, talks about Greg Conner or talks about, you know, puffs up Adam Deitch, please share, blast it out. We need all to be putting all this stuff out so people can see it. And Facebook is such a good place for that because there's a lot of people, you know, older people hang out on Facebook. So it's such a great place to blast that stuff out. We all need to do that.
And if you guys are sharing what you see, and I need to be better, I'm not on Facebook as a creator at all. I need to make an account. But you know, you're right, Mizzy. Facebook, you know, even though the algorithms are different, the content that you take in is received differently from maybe what some of us are used to. I mean, obviously we are here in long form content, so there's not a whole lot of that on Facebook. There, you know, or a lot of us are on X, Twitter, which it's very, very different from Facebook, but Facebook hits every demographic. Everybody's on Facebook. My grandma Ethel is probably on Facebook. You know, it's people who, you know, like Emily said, are going to be a huge target audience for awareness. They're going to be on Facebook. So, Mizzy, that's genius. So, you know, Facebook does need to be a place that receives a lot of effort.
This was what I was going to say. Facebook is the older generations, and Scott, that's a good thing because you guys vote. Once you hit 30, you know, once you get over that Saturn return, if you believe in astrology, that's when people really start to get into more politics. It's hard to get the youngins in unless it's something that affects them. You know, maybe it's like their favorite musician or something like that. But
Right.
yeah, as Facebook is so important because it is 30 and above. So it makes sense to focus on Facebook.
Yes, it especially since the older crowd vote in primaries. So if we can get, you know, Adam in front of these people, so when, you know, when he releases a video, take the video and put it on your Facebook page and just share it out. You know, go into, you know, if people who are in this chat are like, I don't live there, I can't get there. You can go on Facebook and look up all the towns and put it on their page. You know, we need, as I've said a bunch of times tonight, we need all hands on deck because a vote for Connor is a vote for Morrissey and Proctor.
Yep.
So
And
Adam
just
Deitch-
think about how cute Grandma Ethel would think that Adam Deitch is. All you have to do is just get his picture.
She would
You don't
gobble
even,
him up.
it doesn't even need to be a video. It doesn't even need to be a message. Just a picture. Grandma Ethel would be like, "Oh, those cheeks, that smile."
The only I would get my Nana out there, but she's 100 years old. She doesn't.
Oh Lord.
No, she just needs to get a mail-in ballot. That's it.
I was just gonna say that.
Y'all will laugh at this. I used to, when I was very, very little, I used to have an irrational fear of old people. Let's say 75 and up. And I think the reason for it, and Emily, you put your hands up like this about the cheek.
Because they always do that.
Yeah, especially when it's a young child. They want to touch your face so much. Or at least it felt that way to me when I was 4. So, you know, I used to be afraid of old people. Like they wanted to suck the life out of me or something like that. And so my mom, as exposure therapy, once a week, used to take me to our local nursing home, and she forced me to go into every single room and introduce myself and chat with all the old people.
You probably made their day. I love that.
Well,
did it work?
Sure they didn't get a lot of visits. It helped. There might be something residually there still, but
You start wearing like a hockey helmet with like the face guard.
Oh,
You're like, okay, Mom, I'm ready.
Yeah, you know, I'm getting to an age where, you know, my face doesn't get grabbed at quite as much, but no. I don't like having my face touched in general.
Honestly, Britt, it's kind of valid because if you piss off my Nana, like 100-year-old Irish Catholic, she's scary. She's in a wheelchair and she's very petite. She's very, very petite, but she does one of these to you and you go, okay, sorry.
Yep. Grandma Ethel was born in a 1-room shack with a dirt floor during the Depression. Like, you know, you cannot outdo her on anything. So I'm loving this.
I
So
wanted
where
to
are
play.
we at? Like,
I'm gonna do
donation-wise?
some like roulette. So we are at Where did that chat from Mazza just go? And also the biggest shout out to Mazza on earth, because he's been giving us updates all night, and I literally don't know what we would have done without you. I want to play a couple. We're gonna like play some roulette with clips from last night. I don't know what from the other night from the debate, because I think the more that we can really highlight the contrast of Deitch and Connor, the more clear it's like. You don't need, thinking about what we were just talking about with Morrissey, it's like you don't even need to know that Morrissey is a problem if we can just bypass all of that and be like, here are two guys running, which one seems more competent?
True. We don't have to go into like the lore and the background and who the incumbent is, who isn't even coming back. So, you know, I like it.
Okay, it's really just going to be roulette because none of them are labeled or anything. They're just videos in a folder.
I'm so glad you guys are thanking Mazza in the chat. Mazza is even more of a hero than you know he is, okay? Not only does he do what you see publicly, but he is also behind the scenes helping the rest of us content creators survive, okay? Because it's not easy between, you know, me having my boomer moments and StreamYard being difficult for everyone, even the most technologically savvy people cannot get through StreamYard. He is what keeps the machine well oiled.
Okay, here's a Connor clip, I believe.
And I want to continue to do that. And I want to bring back the integrity to this office, because when I joined it, I saw how great it could be. I recognize that its credibility was damaged with those two cases, with Sandra Birchmore and Karen Reed. I recognize that. What we need to do is expand the notion of a conflict of interest. We need to have objective people investigating and prosecuting those cases, and that will be priority one. But as far as my experience, it's second to none. No one else can say that they've tried murder cases in Norfolk County as a prosecutor. No one else has led the different units. No one else has created the courts that I've created. No one else has given defendants a new lease on life like I have in Norfolk County. And so that is why I want to continue to do and instill in the rest of the office. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
He doesn't even sound like he has his own new lease on life, let alone giving it to other people.
Like, oh, you're so proud of all the work you've done in this very corrupt office. Awesome.
It's scary to think about.
Emily, pause it for a second.
Yeah, I gotta start too.
So I was sitting in the back. I think Scott was there. The Sweeneys were on the other side of me, and Dennis and Brenda maybe lasted 20 minutes, and they were like, oh, I can't listen to this bullshit anymore. And they bounced. Yes, because if you were to see how mad Dennis got, he also has that heritage where he gets really red in the face, and he goes, fuck this shit, and they laugh. So that's how bad this gets.
Praise God. I mean, he doesn't sound passionate about what he's talking about. It sounds like he's talking in his sleep, honestly. Maybe he's putting himself to sleep. He just doesn't sound like he believes what he's saying. How is anybody going to stand behind you and your vision if you're not enthusiastic about it?
But he acts like he didn't have any say on what goes on in that office. Yes, I know Morrissey's the head, but he's upper echelon of that office. You know.
Yeah. I mean, Morrissey isn't even really an attorney, so
he had no say at all. Morrissey's emailing him, copying him on emails, so clearly Morrissey values his opinion. And not only that, you know what? You quit in protest. That's what, if you had integrity, you quit in protest, and you come out and write a letter and send it to the press and send it to Morrissey saying, I can no longer work in this office. I don't agree with what you're doing, and I need to save my integrity because you don't have any. Sorry.
No, exactly.
Don't apologize
You know what?
because that's what's on the line.
It's like he acts like that he's just an outsider looking in and only wants to talk about, you know, when I started and this is what I've done. Well, you were a part of this office. The house is on fire and you were in the building. It's like you
were in the house.
You know,
and
it's
what
like
he's relying on is that when he started in the office, the very first guy that he worked under was the gold standard. Well, you clearly didn't learn very much from the gold standard because you didn't bring it into the administration that you've been a part of for 25 years. I'm going to play Adam so that we can hear the contrast, and then we'll go back to trashing Connor because I have another clip for that, and that's more fun. Whoops. That was the wrong button.
A loved one who's found dead or who's the victim of a violent crime and not getting answers. It's scary to think about a DA's office that isn't open and transparent and where you can't get an explanation for what the DA's office is doing and why. It's scary to think about a DA's office that spends millions of taxpayer dollars doing a job we all assumed that the DA's office should be doing in the first place. But the scariest thing is this: that's the district attorney's office we've had for the past few years. Folks, I am not scared. I'm not scared because of the thousands of conversations I've had in the last 6 months with Norfolk County voters who are ready for change. And I'm not scared because I have real solutions to these problems, where people will get answers from the office and have an office that they can trust. Because we'll build an office where, if God forbid you need the DA's office, and I agree that will be on one of the worst days of your life, you'll be dealing with folks who are competent and professional and trustworthy. And where most of all, the goal will be justice, not just winning. Look, if you want to continue Michael Morrissey's leadership style, you have a candidate in this race, and you should vote for him. But I think this should be an election, not an inheritance. If you're ready for change, let me say this: I am the opposite of Michael Morrissey. I am the opposite of the Michael Morrissey machine. So if you're ready for change, if you're ready for a district attorney's office that you can be proud of, please vote for me on September 1st. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. No clapping, we're so close.
I like this moderator.
He's so good. Now let's compare that to this.
Thank you for having me. So for the last 25 years, I've been an assistant district attorney in Norfolk County. But my career actually started in 1996 when I was an intern for Bill Delahunt, the then district attorney, and I saw the gold standard for how crime could be prosecuted. I finished Boston College, I went to BC Law, and then I was hired by Bill Keating in 2001.
And apparently that's all I cared to videotape of him. Sorry. Let's see. We'll play some more roulette with these.
I get used car salesman vibes.
Yeah.
I've just got to say it. I get used car salesman vibes from him, from Lally, from a ton of the ADAs that I've watched in that office. And when I look at Deitch, and not just in his delivery, but, you know, in substance of what he's saying, used car salesman, guy who designs the cool new cars and makes sure that they're safe.
Oh, and Britt, it gets worse because another candidate would say a word, and then the next time he was up, he would say the word. Like all of a sudden, one of them says bigot, and then the next 3 questions he answered was like bigot this, bigot that, and I'm like, oh, you motherfucker.
It's like a 5-year-old who learned a new word.
No, legit. No, literally.
It's the guy in a classroom discussion who like listens to what the smart kid says and then just says it back like the inverted version of the sentence. Okay, what about this clip.
Did public corruption
Can we hold on one
cases.
second before you
I know
push
how to
play?
do this.
Look at Lally and look at him. There was the guy from Diggs's trial. Not everybody can be Alan Jackson.
yeah.
Not everybody can be, you know, Alan Jackson in the courtroom. But to me, the quality of, you know, ADAs that they have, like, you need somebody who walks in there with some passion. I mean,
Drew
I
Virtue.
didn't watch the whole Brian Walsh trial, but I saw more the woman who was on that than him get up. So it's like it's why are we having it's too comfortable. Why aren't you hiring lawyers that are going to come in and bring some passion to the job?
I made a parody video of Greg Connor's opening statements in the Walsh trial before I even knew who Greg Connor was. And I literally played him as this just I don't really care what I'm going to pull that one up too. We'll compare that.
Yes, please. I would love to see Emily as Greg.
Okay, I'll find that while we're watching a palate cleanser.
You did public corruption cases. I know how to do this. I know how to implement successful systems and clear conflict of interest policies to ensure that we identify conflicts, we recuse ourselves when necessary, and part of that is ensuring, like at the U.S. Attorney's Office, you have a designated senior assistant district attorney whose job it is to answer ethics questions, to answer questions about conflicts of interest. I know what the pitfalls are of having to negotiate these things, and I know how to do it successfully. One of the tenets of the accountability agenda, which I keep coming.
You guys just get a teeny little taste. You have to go watch the whole thing from Law Girls Not Attorneys if you want to see more. This is just
will. And thank you, Law Girls Not Attorneys, for showing up with a camera, because if it weren't for you, we would have missed an entire trial that Melanie Little streamed. We would have missed this. I mean, they are going places. So please show them love.
And Law Girls also asked Greg Connor, they were asking, you know, several of the candidates, do you want to come on? You know, pretty much anyone, Adam Deitch, Macy Lee, whoever they got to talk to afterwards. And they spoke to Greg Connor. So for any of the five skins, I know you guys are probably all busy right now, but cause you have your own thing going on tonight, don't you? Which is so important, isn't it?
We're so happy. We love that for them.
We love that.
They're preoccupied tonight.
On Juneteenth, you stand with Proctor. Anyways, I digress. But yeah, if they're all up in arms with what Adam had said to them and declining to go on the forensic files, whatever they call themselves, forensic room. Sorry, girls. Sorry. Maybe they need to hear what Greg Connor said to the Law Girls Not Attorneys. Because if you really want to talk about it, you know, Adam Deitch is not the only one that's being like, we need to think about it. So
he literally didn't even say no. So for anybody who doesn't know what she's talking about, this channel made a post basically saying that Adam Deitch had come on an interview with me, and they were upset that he wouldn't come on an interview with them. People who have doesn't even really matter why. They're in the middle of campaigning. They have a schedule. I emailed Adam Deitch in January and scheduled the interview for June because he is a organized person who has a team of people that are not just throwing things together willy-nilly, and they have a campaign strategy that they're working on. You can't just be like, why aren't you coming on my channel tomorrow? That's rude. And his response was very polite and said, we'll keep you in mind as we move forward. And they were very upset about that. And honestly, there's 5 of them, and not one of them thought this kind of makes us look like desperate losers, because basically we're just saying Emily got to do what we wanted to do.
I remember this now. It wasn't even didn't they post that publicly in a Twitter comment or something?
Yeah.
And instead of it actually being an email, it was them commenting on a post on social media.
Oh no, this
when
is it. Now they have an email. This is a new one. They now have an email. So that was good. They reached out. They wrote a very kind of like aggressive email. I went back to my email that I had written to Deitch, and it had a very different tone. I also wrote it at 3:00 in the morning because, like, what is sleep anymore?
Well, it takes so long to like write exactly how you want to word something when you're reaching out to somebody in that way who you've never spoken to before, and you're asking for an interview. It's awkward, and so I can't tell you how many emails I've just sat for hours and been like, "Does that sound weird?" Delete, 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 delete. You know,
Yes.
So
I woke up at 3:00 in the morning and finally felt brave, and I'm so glad I did. So for anybody who might be sitting on an email, press send.
I can kind of say the same thing. Like, we, as the Justice for Sandra Bertram group, sent them an email, and there were 3 of us writing it. Like, I wrote the initial part of it, sent it to Barb. Barb, like, she's my editor because that's what she did for years. You know, and then we sent it to Annie. Annie was like, "Well, can we put this in? Can we take this out? That doesn't sound good." So like I redid it, and I was like, sent it back. You know, so it was like it took us a couple days to write our email to them.
Yep.
Well, do you want to know? You know, want to know why? It's because you actually guys know how to write properly, and if you do, like Mizzy has someone that can help her edit. You know, they don't just throw something into ChatGPT and says, "Write me this," and delete the long dashes.
And to give a damn. I mean, giving a damn makes so much of a difference, doesn't it? It's pretty much the entire difference that you guys saw on that screen that Emily prepared for us of the contrast.
Yeah.
The contrast I see.
Prepared is an overstatement.
With
It's
them,
Mizzy feverishly messaging Emily, and do you need anything else from me? 3 hours before the show.
Oh goodness. But yeah, I mean, giving a shit is a huge element in the contrast here. To me.
Well,
I have my Greg Connor parody video. If we want a little.
Oh, you do? Can I just say one quick thing before you do it?
Yes, please. Yes.
Respect. He does not respect anybody else on that stage. And the way he was acting was childish and disrespectful with the eye rolls, the sighs, when anybody else was talking. He couldn't sit there like a big boy and take the hits that he knew he was going to get. He had to be disrespectful to everyone, and especially Adam.
And he did it at the Canton Library Forum too. And it was very obvious. And you would think that he would have watched that back and been like, oh, I should try to sit up taller next time, or like look more attentive. He didn't clap at all in that one when everybody else was clapping. And it's like, he made no changes. And this is why these donations still really make a difference, is he's relying on Morrissey's contacts and the same donors that they rely on every single election season. And they're just sending out mailers to those 30%, like the troll that was in here earlier who was saying Connor already has 30% of voters. I believe that. There are 30% of the people that either are currently employed in the district attorney's office and want to keep their job, or have family members who do and are fine with the status quo. And that's why this matters.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, here's a little, I'm going to embarrass myself right now, but I want to be really clear. I made this before I even knew who Greg Connor was. And this was my read on him back then.
Emily's first objection, you will either hear me say sustained or overruled, because under the rules, those are the only 2 responses a judge can give. And in this courtroom, we follow the rules. ADA Connor, you may proceed. Brian said Anna left their Cohasset home and had to fly back to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. At the same time, he was searching for the best way to dispose of a body, can you throw away body parts, how to saw a body, how to dismember a body. But you guys should keep an open mind. It really doesn't make a difference either way. Whatever you decide is fine with me. Okay, jurors, everybody up. It's shake a leg time. He began to get in bed with Anna, and he sensed that something was wrong. He nudged Anna, and she didn't respond. He nudged her again a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panicked reaction to where she actually rolled off the bed. It didn't make any sense that someone that he loved, that he had just spent New Year's Eve with, would suddenly be dead. So he did what any one of us would do. He went to Lowe's, he bought $500 worth of tools, and he went back home to dispose of the woman that he loved, just like any one of us would have done.
So that's Greg Connor's big win.
So your fucking tie.
Larry's tie was so long. Did you see that?
Why does it go past like your hips?
He had the longest tie on earth.
I really, to this day, I don't understand why he and Morrissey had, felt like it was necessary to get on camera and give a big press conference when that conviction happened. Because how hard did anybody need to fight, really, to get that conviction? I mean, this time, the defendant made your case for you.
When he smiled at the surveillance camera, that's all they needed. Like,
well,
you're shopping with your kid to get tools and smile, and he was like checking his hair in the self-checkout camera. That was you're so proud of yourself with that big win.
Yes. And okay, so if the Walsh case is something we would consider a slam dunk. The one thing that really would have messed it up is their search warrants and whatever they did to his phone and location data, and then the Michael Proctor of it all. That is a slam dunk. When he continually
Celebrate.
Exactly.
You have to believe Celebrate in order for Brian Walsh to work.
Right. When you talk about the Walsh case and you say it's a slam dunk, well, guess what was another case? Was Sergeant Chesna and Vera Adams as well. The other case that he keeps pumping out, and I get it. It's a very big case. It was very important for specifically my community. I remember that vividly. However, what I don't like is that he uses that as a basically like a crutch. Because if there's one thing, here's the thing. When you have to deal with police, usually it's not the most, it's what Adam Deitch said. It's not usually like the best day of your life. And I had a couple of situations where I needed police assistance. And a couple of times I did meet Sergeant Chesna before he was very tragically murdered. And he really was a standout officer. I feel like in a lot of ways, Mike Chesna and John O'Keefe have a lot of similarities in the way that they kind of went about their lives. Very obviously different men, two totally different men, but similar in a lot of the ways that I feel like they would also handle cases and victims. And I know for a fact that Chesna, he would have never agreed with Proctor ever, or Goody. And the fact that he keeps leaning on the Chesna and Vera Adams case like that, knowing damn well that he would never for one fucking second agree with that. And I completely understand that Chesna's family is very supportive of Greg Connor. That's because he was there for them for years, especially after that first mistrial. That was very traumatic. That was just a juror that went like this, crossed her damn arms. And I think actually Turtle Boy was reporting on it at one point, but she was very much like, nope, not guilty. Don't care. Don't, you know what I mean? Like, don't care. So to be able to use it as a crutch, like, really pisses me off, because just having the few experiences that I needed an officer and he was there for me. It doesn't fly. You can't act like that, especially then when later on you have a case like Walsh and you choose not to call on the lead detective, the case officer, Michael Proctor, for the very reason of his communications.
Well, and you bring up a very interesting point with the Chesna family and, them being supportive of Connor, because guess who else is probably supporting Connor, even though I haven't seen anything to confirm that, is the O'Keefes. The O'Keefe family is likely, going to be supporting Greg Connor. And, when you are at your lowest, when you are in a very vulnerable period, perfect or imperfect, the person who is you and right in front of you and makes you feel heard and makes you feel like you're a priority, that is going to, cauterize, a bond. Like, you guys are sealed together in a certain way. I've never been in their exact situation. I can't imagine what that must be like, but I'm sure, you can count your friends on maybe one or two hands, and that's one of them, or going to feel like one of them.
And also, too, it's like, you don't want to compare O'Keefe's murder to Chesna's, because Chesna's was just like this person basically had a mental breakdown, like was running around in a stolen vehicle, crashed the vehicle, and then I won't go into details of what happened to Sergeant Chesna and then subsequently Vera Adams. The difference with the O'Keefes versus the Chesnas is the Chesnas was obvious what was going on. The O'Keefes, there's so much muck and grossness and the covering and cop on cop crime, and it's just like, having the O'Keefes support Connor is, I don't want to say egregious, but it's much more damning than the Chesnas. The Chesnas make sense given what that case was, which is why I would never, ever, ever speak ill of that. And as much as I don't want to speak ill of the O'Keefes, it's two totally different instances. And if you guys know the different cases, you know what I mean. It's just completely like different ends of the spectrum,
Sure. I do love, though, that Deitch, despite having, it's great that he has the support of Sandra Birchmore and her family. It's great that, others like Karen have come forward in support of him. But he has gone very far out of his way to show respect to the families of these victims, whether he feels that they support him or not. I feel like that is very noble of him. That might not be something every candidate would bring up, but Deitch has specifically said, I want to give the O'Keefe family the answers they deserve. And, even though he probably knows they are not going to vote for him, there's not a snowball's chance in hell of that happening, but he still wants to do right by them.
And think about what you just said, that like how many answers we get in that one statement that he made at BC, where he said, I want to give them the answers that they do. Like, he investigated this case. He knows for sure that John was not hit by a car and that a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And he knows that this family has been lied to by this district attorney's office. And like, that is the truth. I know that like there are people on Twitter that want to spin it and say, I truly cannot follow the like conspiracy. There's something about Karen's friend from high school and a grand juror's husband's friend. I don't know. But
I saved the graph because there's a chart of how it happens. If I'm understanding it correctly, Karen had a friend who she had a class in college. I don't know how close they were or weren't. Now, that person who had a class in college with Karen, her sister works for, so it's not, the sister wasn't in the same class as Karen, but the sister of the person who had a collegiate course with Karen is connected to the U.S. Attorney's Office.
And this is just one individual. Meanwhile, you take the other of it all, and it's like, and then it's this person with this connection, and that person with that connection. It's like it's like you're trying to create this graphic in the little web, and I know they're gonna be like, well, see, don't you see? No, mother duckers, it is much different compared to all of you Cantonites, and I don't mean the lovely ones. I obviously don't mean the bulk of you. It's just a certain subset, and you guys know because I hear from a lot of you. Some of you are loud, some of you are quiet, but I hear from a lot of you, and it's just like I almost want to say incestual.
It is.
Oh my God! Wait, who did that? Who did that?
Thank you.
Who donated $1,000?
Well,
That's
and you know
amazing.
what though? I'll bet you that if someone walked up to Karen and asked her, "Hey, did you take a college class with somebody whose sister is in the U.S. Attorney's office?" She would say, "Yeah, probably." It wouldn't surprise me, you know, with what we've seen, like denying the relationship between Proctor and the Alberts, that kind of stuff. That's very, very different.
I mean, if they really want to pull some ridiculous shit, we could really be like, well, didn't Jennifer McCabe allow Adam Deitch into her home? So
No, he was just selling something.
Oh, that's right. That's
Just the
right.
ice cream truck.
I know.
Now that we've seen him, that is not a man who's coming to your house like on one of those like segways, being like, "Can I check your lawn for bugs? Your neighbors hired us to check their lawn for bugs. Can I check your?" No,
she knew. That's why she went in and immediately did not brush her teeth. I don't know what's up with these people not brushing their goddamn teeth, by the way.
I actually visualized her brushing her teeth on the phone with all these people.
Oh no. No, this is me totally speculating. I think she went right to the toilet in like immediate stress, given what she's got going on.
Maybe she did brush her teeth after she barfed. Sergio, yeah.
I trolled some of these guys about a month ago and said, you know, you guys don't comprehend that Sandra, Karen, I'm so used to saying Sandra. Karen was not the target of the feds. She was the victim. They were looking to see if there was wrongdoing by Morrissey's office in the Massachusetts State Police. They don't get that. So if Karen was told something, yes, they always tell victims a little bit of something. They don't tell them the whole case, but they'll say, okay, we're going to look into this and this and this.
Yeah.
Obviously, they don't delve up. I can't talk tonight. They don't give it all up. They're not going to tell her, you know, they're not going to sit Karen down and tell her everything, but they'll tell her little bits and pieces. They don't comprehend that it wasn't about Karen. It was about Morrissey. And also for them to look into it, of course they had to look into John's death because that's what was investigated. But they weren't
like how did the tail light get there?
Yeah, they just weren't investigating Karen. They were investigating more. I mean, they don't comprehend. Did you not see the emails and how frantic Morrissey was? Because he knew he was being investigated. Hello.
I think also something that like kind of brings this to like why we need somebody like Adam Deitch is this kind of chaos and uncertainty that we're all living in all of these cases. It like all of these unanswered questions are what breeds a society where it's like we don't get along. We're not living in like peace and harmony the way that we should be because we're divided over not having answers from an investigation that should have given us we shouldn't be doing the investigating. I shouldn't be going back through my camera roll trying to see how much snow there was on January 29th, 2022. That was for Yuri Buchanan to do before he just accepted Brian Higgins being like, yeah, I just like couldn't see anything over that snowbank over there at 12:30 before the snow started.
When I heard that, I go, are you actually kidding me? Are you like, first of all, Now that we know what kind of a Jeep he had, a fully lifted, huge special tires, special plow attachment. Like, this was not your standard Jennifer McCabe, normal mom, like Jeep Wrangler. This was, he spent money. I said this before. Brian Higgins is like a car guy. He has like 20 goddamn cars. He had 4 cars just at Canton PD. He literally, not only would he not only see over the non-existent snowplows, he could see over a lot of things because his Jeep was lifted. My Jeep owners know exactly what I'm talking about here. Like a big
Seems like he's overcompensating for something.
It's like the Franken Jeep instead of the Franken truck.
To begin with, Jeeps are lifted anyway. My dad had that kind of Jeep, and it was fun to get in. You know, like you're like, don't wear a pencil skirt because you'll have trouble.
Yes, yes, exactly. Exactly. And that's why now, if you guys can go onto the trial channel and watch, she just uploaded the Canton PD stuff, like actually look at what Higgins does to his Jeep, especially in the back. When he like has to open up where the tire is, you can tell that is not your standard tire size. Like, this is like a big hunky, like big ass tire.
Yeah.
It's heavy. It's very heavy. That's why he was shit faced trying to move everything. That's why he kept
Got like
forgetting
40s
things.
on it. Yeah.
But yeah,
Oh,
so
boy.
it's like, you know, it really is. You look and see these things and it's like, what are we missing that we haven't found yet that Adam knows? You know what I mean? And I just know that there are probably investigators out there that worked on this case that are like, oh, hopefully maybe sometime they'll find this, which then will lead them to this as like breadcrumbs. Because you just know there's people behind the scenes rooting for us, like with all these public records requests and all us groups, you know, they're like, come on, you're closer. You're closer. And I'm like, yeah, what is that goddamn white paint on the back of her hatch? I'm pretty sure John O'Keefe wasn't bleeding paint.
Oh.
That's true. It's true. But yeah.
Well, and it's simple.
We as
If-
citizens should
Go ahead,
be doing
Mizzy.
this. You know, I mean, we shouldn't have to do FOIA requests. We shouldn't have to like analyze things. I mean, do you guys know how many times I've read the Stoughton police investigation, internal investigation? I can't even tell you because I read it over and over and I see something new every time. I shouldn't have to do that. You know, I should just be, you know, kicking back. But we have to, nothing was done in these cases. Things weren't done right. So we're the ones who were like, all right, as the public, we're going to pick it up and look into these cases.
I remember the first time I looked at Sandra Birchmore's like documents, how shocked I was how many times Matthew Farwell's name is in the very initial report. Like, everybody's saying like, oh, you should talk to Matthew Farwell. Oh, this blah blah blah. Matthew. It's all this was not a whodunit that you have the video, but you're not even covering for him. He's all over the documents, and still somehow Greg Connor, Michael Morrissey, and all their little cronies are like, yeah, but like he said, "What's up, bro?" to me in like a cute way. He reminded me of my brother. I don't know what they actually said, but that's the vibe I get.
And with a glaring suspect like that, the only thing they could do and the only other person they could frame was Sandra, and for her own death. I'm just saying.
Can I say something about that? I was watching Melanie Little earlier today, and she was, you know, going back over the anniversary of Karen's acquittal. And
Boozey, she showed your video.
Which one?
The celebration outside the courthouse, and then this is where there was the sign for Sandra. Yeah.
That was
sorry.
such a good one. I
Yeah.
think that was Scott. Yes, I see you, Scott.
Yes,
I'm pretty
Scott
sure that was
always
Scott.
does.
Yeah, I was like 2 rows behind him, and I was like, "This is gonna be great" with the pink, and then Karen and her team walking out. I was like, "Oh, I was bawling. I was screaming and bawling all at the same time." Yeah.
Well, that's
I'm
what I
glad
want
you
to
liked
say.
the video.
I was bawling like when I heard everybody scream outside. I started bawling my eyes out because, you know, working on Sandra's case so much and seeing just like the corruption in Karen's case, because I'm seeing the same corruption in Sandra's case, and I'm bawling, and I screamed. I looked at my mom. I said, and they can't pin it on this girl either, because obviously at that point, Sandra, it was already, Matthew Farrell was already arrested, and that we were going through that trial, the lead up to his trial. So like, I just like, it was like, I was bawling, and I'm just like, you can't pin it on this girl either. And my mom was just like, you're right. You're right.
And you know what? The more
Karen was wearing baby blue.
Oh yeah, that's right. She was.
And when I saw, when she was waiting to find out her thing, I was just like, she's wearing baby blue, and like, Karen knows that there's such a connection in the cases. That's why they wanted to use it.
She tried to bring evidence from Sandra's case into her own.
Yeah, that's why. And they've the Reeds have been so supportive of me personally in the what we're doing for Sandra as
That's
the
awesome.
Justice for Sandra Birchmore group. So
and the more success that Karen has, and the more that she is vindicated and proven right, the more it strengthens Sandra's case, because these are the same investigators. So every time one of these hatchets takes a fall, it's falling right onto the credibility of these same investigators and these same administrators.
I always say that Karen and John's case proved the corruption in Sandra's case, and Sandra's case proves the corruption in John and Karen's case. It's like it's the same people, like even the background people, like Fanning wasn't like huge into Karen's case as much as he was on Sandra's case, but he's got his fingers in there.
The jury,
and Dunn. So he had his fingers into Karen's case. They're both the lead investigators on Sandra's case, and it's similar things. Like you look at Fanning and Proctor. Obviously, we don't see Fanning's text messages. We don't know what his mind is like, but we see that these two men should have never touched these cases. They were too close, and their bosses should have known this.
We also need to ask why the boys from Stoughton keep being protected.
Yeah.
Why did I hear that Yuri was told, or whatever, he had the go ahead essentially to get promoted to lieutenant, and that he was available to take the test on a random Saturday? This was probably like a month and a half now that I heard that. And I'm like, after everything that Bukwak has done, he out of everyone in Massachusetts State Police, he's gonna be okay getting promoted. Tully ran. He was like, oh no, there's more coming out. See ya. Bukwak is just like, nah, I'm good.
Because he's so arrogant. He's so arrogant.
But it's like, Mizzy, like, why? Him and Fanning are so protected. And I just keep going back to Stoughton. And I'm like, the things that are coming out of that town, it's a different kind of cesspool than Canton. Canton definitely has their own thing. But Stoughton, with the children of it all, and I don't need to say anything more than that, it's like, damn.
Smith Ellis will draw you a web.
I know that
tried
web.
to follow that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was right there with him, and I was sending him things that I found. I go, here, this is what I was told. This is what I found. Keep going, buddy.
Send it to me. Copy me on that email.
Oh, it's Mizzy. It's real bad.
You got to catch me up, because I'm an out of towner. Okay, so you're saying that Bukwak and Fanning both are from Stoughton?
Yes.
Okay.
Like both grew up, just like how over in Canton grew up. They grew up
Born and bred.
Stoughton.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Now,
Jeffrey Epstein went to a gas station in Stoughton in 2016. There's a tie to that.
Oh no! Oh no! 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 Oh no! No! No!
I'm not even making a joke about it. You know the whole thing. It's just
no. It's actually worse than that, because
it's bad.
It was his debit card that you need a PIN for was used one day and then the next morning. So someone that had I don't like saying the name because it could demonetize you. So carefully, Emily. The EpiPen man is what I call him. Someone had his debit card and stayed overnight in Stoughton the same time, the same dates that Michael Morrissey was having one of his basketball camps in Stoughton schools, where many of these players were. Fanning would go and play with the kids. Buchanan would go. Morrissey was there all the time. It was the same dates. Can I say anything more than that? No, but I think you guys all know where I'm going with that.
What in cousin?
Yeah, no,
tarnation?
It's bad, and that's why I have to keep asking myself, what's going on in Canton? But there's also Stoughton too, and they are one and the same.
And okay, so catch me back up, Mizzy. So Fanning was the one who was brazenly like sending these aggressive emails to the ME and like showing up at her office and stuff. Am I remembering this right?
Because there was definitely a lot of emails back and forth. I haven't gone through everything that Emily provided me because I've been sick for the last like 2 weeks.
Well, I'll look. I'll freaking look because I felt very much like something. I mean, the pinnacle of this case was the ME's office, for the state. I mean, or at least what made it to where Sandra was not going to receive justice in a timely fashion, because that was the blanket that covered all the daisies from being able to push up. And I just felt in my heart like something was going on there, because she annotated the broken hyoid bone. And every medical professional I've ever seen knows better than to, rule something as a, self-inflicted rather than, the other way around. And if it's a hyoid bone, it occurs so extremely rarely that you almost never see that. So when she notated that, took the time, I mean, she could have just said, "Oh, I missed the broken hyoid bone," and not put it in a report. So, when I look at that report, I'm thinking, was she trying to say something without saying it? Almost. Like,
maybe.
Was that her little...
But also, I was on a panel with she was a former Rhode Island medical examiner.
I watched it. It was on Justice Served.
Yeah, on Justice Served. Yeah,
I watched
it.
Such a good show. Because like she's saying, "Oh, I don't know," and I'm like trying not to bust into her, but I'm like, "Do you want to know?" And when I said her hyoid bone was broken, her face, and she was just like, "Oh."
Yeah,
and
I remember her eyebrows went up about 4 inches.
Yes, like her face said it all. I wasn't at the hearing. I know Emily was, but when they were talking about at the hearing about her hyoid bone recently, they didn't just say that it was broken. They were saying it was basically obliterated.
Oh,
then they were talking about how up until a certain age, like 26 or something, your hyoid, I can never say that word. Hyoid bone is like very malleable. Like it's hard for it to break and shatter and crack in any way. Like it's a bendy bone. And
like almost part cartilage, it seems. Or it seems as though it would be that way.
Can I quickly plug the Boy and Find Out site, because this is a great place for digging into these. Like there is so much stuff on here that.
Can I just say what a motherfucking rock star you are?
Yeah, Emily, come on now.
This is all Emily. Emily needs all the flowers, all the crowns.
It is not all. This is okay.
Listen,
So this is all Kyle Sharkey.
No, the setup. No, the setup, and you.
I organized it.
Okay, so that's what I mean. So when it comes to the actual physical nature of doing this is you, and then
Yes,
there's
this part
Kyle
was fun
too.
for me.
Yeah.
So I just reorganized everything, and the reason why I bring this up is because when we're talking about like tying Michael Morrissey to Greg Connor and highlighting that connection, like it's in these documents. This is where you can make it clear to people. And I've been thinking lately, like I feel like I'm not a good politician for the reason that I don't like lying, because there are things in here where like if you were like a sleazy politician, you could spin them in a way that made it look more nefarious than it actually is. But we don't even have to do that because it's all here. So I reorganized things to make it easier. The notice of discovery is the like dribs and drabs that we're getting from Karen's case. And I tried to make it more clear, like what's in each one of those. But what I want to direct you to right now that we're on the topic, I now have them organized by cases.
Okay. And they're color coordinated.
Yeah. And so if you go to Sandra Birchmore's, then you go to this page, there's John Fanning's emails, and then there's all the Norfolk County District Attorney Office emails. Sometimes they're big files, so you have to download them. But I'm going to pull that down for 1 second.
Emily, you are a fucking wizard, girl. I mean, I'm so impressed. This is art.
Thank you. I had a lot of fun doing that. That's the stuff I like. I don't like reaching out to, so me and Kyle make a very good team on this because he's super organized in terms of like keeping track of like, I'll like send something out and then he's like, what happened to that $450 check? Did that get deposited? And I'm like, and I'm like looking back through our texts. I'm like, okay, I sent it on this day. Like he has a whole spreadsheet. He's so good. Who knows who Kyle Sharkey is, but he's a little angel. And then I just like getting things and making them pretty and organized. So we make a very good team.
And Kyle Sharkey helps me on X. Him and Dee Dee Suspicious Sauce.
Mm-hmm.
They both, they get the documents sometimes faster than Barb gets them. And I can be like, Barb, it's out. I'll send her the cover page and then she'll download it, the full report. But Kyle always puts the front page so people know that that it's out and stuff like that. And he'll always tag me in it. And I appreciate both of them so much.
Before we dig into this document,
can I just say we're at 4,542. It would be amazing if we could hit 5,000 for the night. So anything anybody can, add. And go ahead, you guys. I might have something else to say.
I think we should take $1 and send it to the plaintiff's attorneys in the Karen Reed defamation case so that they can submit a copy of that $1, and then there's going to be like 50,000 copies of it, and then you'll have $50,000 to go in. I mean,
No, but truly, I don't know how their attorneys keep fucking up every single filing.
Oh yeah, Colin's affidavit.
Every goddamn filing. I don't think there's been not one filing that there hasn't been some kind of mess up. And like, I feel so bad for Kyle and Dee Dee, Corey, whoever's getting these. And it's like, what do you mean? It's 2,500 pages long.
Yeah.
But then it just repeats itself over and over again. So it's not even, it's very confusing.
Yes.
We got a new timeline though for Colin. That was exciting. Who knew we were going to get another new timeline?
I mean, do we want to talk about the failed ASVAB of it all?
I just need to mention something quick before
he failed the ASVAB?
Yeah, girl.
He failed the ASVAB. The ASVAB is supposed to be like a subjective test to tell you what, if anything, you're good at. So I guess the if anything is the operative word.
None of us would have known this if it wasn't for his attorney saying, well, he has 3 weeks and then he'll go off to basic training. And we're all like, wait a second. No, that's not a thing. Wait, so you mean he's going to the school to have to learn reading comprehension, basic English, basic math, and then he has to retake it again. And then if he doesn't pass, he'll get shipped back to Canton and then have to take it again in 6 months. There's no guarantee.
it's reasons for the military. Love it.
So, well, essentially, his attorney. I mean, if his attorney didn't know all of this, then okay. But if his attorney did, then he completely misrepresented what's going on in Colin's world right now. So just keep that on the back of your noggins, folks, for the Monday's hearing. We should hear more answers.
Something off topic. I want to tell Jen Root we appreciate her generous donation. I'm not going to say how much it is, but she helped get us up to that next level. So and it's not just Jen Root, but because her brother, this means so much to her. Her brother is one of the people that we want justice for.
Yes,
but not just Jen Root. Thank you everybody who donated tonight, and if we could pull a little bit more so we can get up to 5,000, that would be amazing. You guys are awesome.
And how much does that say that it's like the people who are still fighting for justice want Adam Deitch? Like they're not like Jen Root is not willy-nilly kind of being like, oh, like I'm following the crowd. And like, it seems like people online are talking about this. Like, this is her whole life. This is her like life's mission at this point. And it became her life mission because she's been failed by this current Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And it's not just a race between Adam Deitch and Greg Conner. She looked at all 7 candidates, evaluated all of them, got to know all of them. And Adam Deitch is the one that she not only said, like, I'm going to vote for him, but like, I'm going to speak out and donate and advocate because this is the man that I need so that I can feel at peace with like finally getting answers to what happened to my brother. And like, it's on us to honor that. Like, I don't have any skin in the game in terms of like anything riding on this more than just my own kind of like ego of I want to win. Like this is the side I'm fighting for. And like, I think that this is the side that should win. But when there are people whose literal life and their like life's mission is riding on it, it's on us to make that happen for her.
And she has been waving this banner the longest of any of us.
Yes. I mean, she was fighting for her brother to try just to get his name mentioned. And, her and I both took the opportunity when Karen's case came out and we saw the pattern that were going on, said, hey, there's another case, and that only strengthened, for these 2 cases to be, part of the umbrella under John O'Keefe's death, or I should say murder. It only strengthens the argument that there is corruption in this office and there's something wrong and we need to get it out so we can start anew.
We'll call it a Betteros fumigation plans. Can I just say how much I'm enjoying talking with y'all? Like, I don't care how long it takes for us to get to $5,000. Like, y'all are fun,
right? It's a time.
Yeah, I think we need to do this more often, where we come together more and talk about the issues. We could do, what they do over on that other channel.
Women for Deitch.
But we could call this just the 2 of us. See, all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 2 of us.
Oh, because they went from 4 skins to 5 skins.
I don't know. Sometimes there's 3.
Sometimes there's two.
Yeah, it's very confusing. I want. Nope, I completely the word whatever just was in my brain is not there anymore. Maybe because I was doing this at 2 a.m. This is all I do anymore. I agree, Britt. That I think that like being around people that are as invested as we are and like understand this at this level, it's like you just want the world to know. Like you want to shout it from the rooftops, and like,
oh, for sure.
Adam's one of us. Adam wants to do that too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my coworkers
I did
know
not-
about this case, and they know a lot about this case.
We need to get these elephants out of the rooms because people keep asking, Emily, could you pull up Meg, not your damsels question? Because now a lot of people keep asking me about my time in the courtroom.
Wait, where?
Under
Meg, not
under
your
Maza.
damsel. So I have to know, what was it actually like? Yeah, there we go.
So here's the thing.
Oh my God.
I just need to clarify this on YouTube. I've clarified it on my other two platforms. We'll do it here too. I am usually a late bird. I was literally late tonight. So I was 5 minutes early. If the hearing started at 3, I got there at 2:55 and I'm hustling in, you know? And so I get into the courtroom and I look over at Karen's side and it's full. So then I look over to the left side and I see one open seat. However, the back bench, there was a man sitting right there. And I knew Judge Gilday was going to be walking right in. So I just went and sat at the very first open seat, which was the second row. And then there's only 3 rows, right? So I go and sit down. I don't even know Jen and Chris are there until I look over to Karen's side. And they're all like laughing. And I'm like, what? And then I look forward and I'm like, oh, fuck.
Wait a minute. You mean that Jen McCabe smiled?
Listen.
I don't think she ever has smiled ever.
I'm just not trying to catch a witness intimidation charge
Oh,
over
right.
sitting near them. You know what I mean?
She was breathing oxygen that we could have been inhaling.
I just
The
don't
answers are probably like, did Boozey switch sides?
I know. and I immediately had to go home and cover my bases and just to make sure. I hope no one thinks I did switch a side, A, but B, I don't want any of the 5 skins or anyone on the other side being like, she did that on purpose to harass and witness and No, I literally just sat in the closest seat. Look how big that man is behind me. I didn't want him to move, so I just sat in the closest seat.
Also, if you tried to go into that man's row, you would have had to like sit on his lap to get over there.
Well, because
I get it.
Well, the last hearing I was at, it was like the week beforehand. I also sat on that side, but that's because I didn't want to be on camera, and I figured the camera only goes to the other side. Well, that's not the case when obviously there's Chris Albert and Jennifer McCabe right in front of you. Clearly, the camera's going to get them too. So I was just up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. So I was like, okay, I need to make sure I don't do anything suspicious, and I just don't want to get in trouble. I really don't.
I would have been so awkward. I would have been like, hey, like, where are you guys going after? Like, I get weird in situations like that. I'd be like, do you guys want to hang out? And then I'd be like, why did I say that?
I will say it's fascinating being there, and I love you all that have been in the pretrial hearings for trial 1. I know Scott McGinnis is in chat. You've basically been there through it all. The Sweeneys, you all know who you are, boots on the ground. And so to start being here, because obviously now the cameras are not wanting to show things, and I'm not saying that conspiracy theory and that what they were pushing beforehand, that maybe we had some hand in the first portion of this not being shown. It's not the first time where we've had media issues. This has been a long-standing issue with mainstream media where only things are shown and other things are not. So I was like, if Judge Gilday is going to continually be aggravated, we are pretty damn close from camera and Zoom being pulled. So if I have to be there every goddamn time to make sure we all know what's going on, I will. I will. I'm trying, people. It's just me going to Plymouth is a lot easier than going into town or even Dedham, just going against traffic or with traffic. But Yeah, I saw. I love being in the court. It's very interesting. It's fascinating, but actually being where I was for this literal hearing was even more fascinating to see their side and their reactions, their body language that you guys did not see on camera, how they were afterwards. The face that they gave me afterwards was very telling. There's a reason why when people are getting
Can
very
you
upset.
imitate the face?
Boozey should become a mime, and I would never ask you to do that because I would never ask a woman to stop talking. But you would make a great actress just with your facial expression.
That was so good.
I know everyone is stressing out. Everyone has PTSD from Kanoni. Everyone was upset with the first bit of the Judge Gilday of it all. I'm telling you right now, seeing the differences between the two, well, I mean, there was technically 4 sides there, but the 2 main sides, which was obviously Karen's side. Sorry, I'm sorry. Seeing the difference between Karen's attorneys versus the Ham House defendants attorneys and how they were both collectively acting afterwards, that's why I'm not concerned. That's why I'm like, okay, things went in Karen's side. Literally, we need to remember. Judge Gilday, like I said in one of my posts on Twitter, Judge Gilday allowed Rosenberg to argue. There were points when he was like, okay, be quiet. Okay, no. But when then the very first thing that he said to Tuxbury, which is obviously the Ham plaintiff's attorneys, okay, so when are you going to supply Mr. Albert for a deposition? No argument. No argument. That was straight my motherfucking jaw, first of all. And second of all, Chris Albert's jaw.
Swear jar.
Oh, damn, I've done it like 20 times already.
Swear jar.
But yeah.
It makes me think of when a parent is, with multiple children that aren't getting along, needs to address all of them at once, right? What do? You act like they're all wrong, even if they're not, okay? Even if, Tommy wasn't doing it, it was really Jimmy. You got to tell Tommy and Jimmy to cut it out. Otherwise, it's just going to turn into, well, she was this and he was that. It just gets worse if you're only calling out one.
Totally.
So, yeah, I feel like the way that hearing went, he didn't necessarily mean Aaron.
And then you look back at the proctor of it all. If you remember that Zoom hearing where he was like commenting about, Karen Reed's media and thing and like not fully comprehending. What do you mean you had a strategy and all of that? The reason why he kept shutting down Seligson is because Seligson already had a win. It's just Seligson was just trying to advocate for Karen, but Gilday was like, zip it, you're winning. I'm gonna order proctor. Just that's what was happening here too. Let me just get out what I have to get out. You're about to get a win. Zip it. That's all that was. It was literally the same things. It's just 2 different depositions.
Before you talk me out of it.
Well,
wait, can I say one thing about the reaction to the like not showing the beginning of the thing or whatever? I know we're not supposed to like tell the other team our strategy or whatever, but you guys, all of us, we don't have to fight every battle. If they want to spend days and days and days talking on Spaces about how CBS and WBZ are in on a conspiracy with Ann Peruti and Adam Deitch and Karen Reed and Bill Reed and a shoe store that he went to in 1942, let them. That's lovely when they're distracted and they're in their little Spaces hole and then they're not all in my mentions. So the next time that they want to do something completely off topic and ridiculous, can we all just let them go down that rabbit hole and say like, oh, wow, good job. Thank you so much for letting us know. Okay, great. You don't have to fight those battles.
Yeah. And if you think about this Colin deposition, that was really their first test to see what's going to happen with the rest of depositions. What do you think he's going to rule with all the other 6 that were just canceled for no reason. What do you
all
think?
Gilday ever wants in life is depositions. Like,
well,
all he's ever asked for Christmas is more depositions. He doesn't care about anything else except for if you're not giving him depositions, this man is going to have a conniption.
Yes, and just move the case along. Now, I mean, Corey did a good post on like it's just kind of fascinating, and it's like almost like they're rushing, trying to get everything in this year. But that's what Gilday does. This is what he does. I've researched all of his previous cases. This is what he does, and
we love a productive king.
Well,
he just wants to get it done.
He's pushing them, and I said this to one of my posts. He's the type of attorney that's going to keep. Judge. He's the type of judge that's going to keep other attorneys on their toes and is going to make you a better attorney at your craft. Because he's the type that will banter back with you and be like, okay, know when to learn how to banter back with the judge. Cannoni would have shut that shit down right away. Cannoni would have allowed Colin to do his schooling and then retesting and then never deposition because it would have been too late.
Under Judge Cannone, we might have seen the civil trial in the year 2031. Just saying.
It's so true.
What I appreciate about this judge too is his attention to detail. I feel like if there is a hearing in which there's like a motion to compel that he's going to hear or something about someone like, say, Jen McCabe, I have a feeling that Gilday will remember, as she's sitting there asking for an extension for her depo, he's going to be like, well, you somehow managed to make it to a hearing in which we were talking about an entirely different witness. Like, you showed up to that. Why can't you show up to a deposition?
How dumb can you be? How dumb are you? Sorry, that's dumb. I don't know how your attorney allowed you to do that. That was dumb.
Yeah, don't look like you're busy or anything. Like, it helps if you don't just show up when you're not supposed to.
No, it just goes to show when you have lived a very privileged life and have never been tested like this, when someone finally puts you in your place, that's why you're seeing a little bit of a revolt, especially now with all the boss control.
Let's see what happens when Adam Deitch is district attorney. This is just a little taste. Not just them, anybody in Norfolk County that's been benefiting from the 2-tiered system of justice. Like, he just wants there to just be a justice system. And then everybody, you want to know how you don't end up in this position? You just don't do bad things, and then
have a good.
You don't have to worry. You don't have to go to Army preschool. You could just be living your life.
I don't know.
This is so funny. All I want is depots from you.
I just know Fervent is taking notes right now.
Yeah.
No, Fervent is so sick of me suggesting songs. He has an entire file. I texted him today. I was like, I have another song suggestion for my file. He was like, I have to get more hard drive space for your file. That's literally what he said.
Can I say some interesting developments about cameras in federal court? So I was watching the news today, and
Melanie talked about this today.
Just the beginnings of it. But the Senate Judiciary bipartisan has a bill that they're pushing through to allow cameras in federal court. The judge is the one who kind of gets to say, but I think there are a lot of judges who probably want it. And for more transparency, I don't know if they're calling it something transparency, something in the bill, the name of the bill. But I was like, ooh, can you do it by
it's Chuck Grassley? It's Chuck Grassley and Amy Klobuchar, and Chuck Grassley's 92. So I'm thinking that it should pass soon.
Yes.
If he's going to get to see the fruits of his labor. Yes. 92, and he's in charge of us, anyways. But
Paul is somebody I would be afraid of.
Oh God!
At this age.
Well, I was about to say, if there's gonna be like really any judge, like Judge Casper, she's definitely more on like the up and coming of it all. Like I feel like she
I
would welcome
love her.
Me too.
Oh my gosh, that is what a judge should be. She was so like she was curious and asking questions during the hearing, and she would stop the attorney and be like, wait, so like, why did you say that? What did you mean? Where are we going with this? Like, why is that important? And it wasn't at all in like a combative way. It was just like, I'm trying to get all the facts so that I can be the best judge for this trial. I am not on anybody's side. I'm just here to be the judge. Why is that suddenly like a novel idea in this
and she
land?
was above reproach. She removed herself when she saw a conflict. Nobody had to, I don't know, submit motions for that to happen either. She just did it. No
witnesses stayed in her seaside cottage, you mean?
Yeah, that too.
And she's done other high profile cases. She did the Whitey Bulger trial. So
she knows Hank.
Yes, she does. She knows, like, I love her also. She's very fair, but like Emily said, inquisitive. She asks a lot of really good questions and kind of swats both sides down when they come with something kind of ridiculous or out of bounds. She asks them, she argues why should this happen and makes them explain why, the whys of it all. I love her. We need to make like another 1,000 of her to put all around Massachusetts.
And I will say this too, just coming from someone who has spoken to various judges across Massachusetts and various, parts of Massachusetts. Everyone's pretty much on board. Like if you get a filing that says you have some kind of connection to something, any judge in their mind is going to be like, okay, fine. If that's what you think, I'm conflicted, totally fine. Like, I don't need to be on this. They don't have an ego about it. They're not supposed to have an ego about it. And 9 times out of 10, they will pull themselves out because it's like, okay, that's fine. There's plenty of judges that are willing to take your case that maybe you may think are more unbiased. That's fine. Like, you're not supposed to have a certain way or offense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they take it. Some judges that we've seen recently take it very personally. Oh
no. I literally showed a judge and that pretrial hearing when they were holding up the chalks of the Auntie Bev from Mr. McCabe, not Matthew, by the way. But yeah, this one judge I was speaking to, they were like, oh yeah, no. Yeah, no. Even if this judge was like, even if I felt that way, I would immediately just be like, okay, that's fine. But you could tell Canoni was taking it personally. You're not supposed to take it. You're supposed to be unbiased and fair and transparent.
Well, and what you're supposed to avoid as a judge is the appearance of impropriety, not impropriety itself. So, if you're accused of appearance of impropriety, nobody's actually accusing you of anything tangible. What they're saying is, this just doesn't look right. Do we really want to have to explain this to people? I think the best thing would be for you to just remove yourself so that people aren't going to get the feeling that something funny's happening. So, it's to avoid even the possibility of somebody making a connection, whether the connection really is there or not. So, and that's the purpose of it. And that's why they put the word appearance in there in the first place.
Also, like, you're not fired if you get recused from a case. Like, you just go do another case. Like, it's just, you just go and do it's something else. Like, it's not a punishment.
Well, that's what I mean. There's plenty of other things that they can do. That's why if that happens, normally a judge is like, okay, that's totally fine. I already have a large caseload. And a lot of people that aren't from the county or the state, they don't don't fully understand why they do rotate them. They rotate them because the caseloads in certain counties or certain sections, criminal versus civil, can be pretty heavy. So they rotate them so that it keeps it fair, unbiased, transparent, but also to help the caseload with the certain judges that are in that. So that's why it's very confusing. And I know a lot of people were concerned because Canoni did go down to Plymouth on the civil side after the Karen Reed of it all. But there was no way that the chief trial counsel, this is not Greg Conner, this is a judge, chief trial counsel. There was no way in hell Canoni was going to be put on any of these cases. And when I finally saw that Gilday was on, and I did like the tiny bit of research on him, and then I did more research on him, and then I went and looked at transcripts of it all, I was like, I get it now. Because you notice how he keeps being put in all these cases, not only because he's familiar with one, but it's because he can handle this crap.
Yeah.
Yep.
He puts them in their place. And I love that shit. I put them on their place. I live for this.
In case anybody else was wondering what we are doing at 3 o'clock in the morning, we're looking this kind of shit up.
You have no idea. Oh, my, we're stupid. Like, what am I doing? I never thought I'd be that bitch that has one of these goddamn signs on my lawn. And I always used to make fun of the whole, oh, well, I don't have any tattoos. What was that Kim Kardashian thing? The quote that she said,
I don't put a bumper sticker on a Bentley.
Yeah, well, you know what? I put a bumper sticker on my vehicle. So, well, there it is. Vote for Adam Deitch. Not that I drive very often, but at least my neighbors will see my sign and my bumper sticker. But yeah, this I can't even stress how important this election is, and I'm very stressed. And I did get to speak to Adam very briefly afterwards, and I didn't get to tell him this, but I am fucking petrified if Greg Conner gets elected. I am legit anyone but him. Obviously, I want Adam the most, like above all, but like anyone but fucking Greg Conner. I really want Morrissey out of there completely.
And let's talk about this for a second, because right now it's kind of like what we were all referring to earlier with the general sleepiness of the public, right? Because of that, simply because of that, Greg Conner stands to just, if the chips fall where they fall, collect the most votes. Okay? Which means that the more candidates we have against Conner in the primary, that percentage that's not voting for Conner and is in the mindset of anybody but Conner, as long as he, as long as his last name isn't Conner or Morrissey, I'm happy with whoever it is. Well, those people are going to get divided into factions of Juna Perkins supporters and others. So people need to pick one. And when I say people, I mean the candidates. The candidates need to get together and just go ahead and pick one and say, okay, I'm done, bleeding myself of money and time and energy. I'm going to give this person my endorsement, whoever it is. Hopefully it's Deitch, but they all need to unite behind somebody if they really care about seeing Greg Conner out of that office.
And I will say, for a while, I was pretty torn between Adam, Macy, and how do you pronounce her first name? I always mispronounce it. Perkins.
Juna.
I don't want to be rude. That's why I mispronounced one of the names the other night. I'm like, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I just am not good with names. But when I heard Macy Lee say that she thought Karen was overcharged, she lost me. I was like, you cannot look at John's body and say he was hit by a vehicle. I'm so tired of fucking saying that. And I know they're like, people on the other side, like, that's your talking point. No, for people that understand anatomy and deal with humans that are injured, John was not hit by a fucking vehicle. I don't know what happened to John. All I know is that he had cut here, a punch here that caused a skull fracture here, and then other skull fractures from a hit on the back of his head. He was not hit by a vehicle. Because even
Can I say something about his head injury? I've said it a bunch of times, but the first case I worked on for my channel was a young gentleman by Brandon Embry. He was hit in the back of his head, similar area. Woo! We did yeah!
Larry.
Yeah! Thank you, everybody.
How cool.
In the back of his head, in a similar place as John, and he had a similar injury. He laid on his bedroom floor for hours.
Oh.
There is sorry, I'm going to get a little gory for a second. There is an imprint of blood on the floor of his head.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way. Yes, cold would have affected how much blood went on into the ground, into the snow, but there would have been so much more. I mean, like the amount that Brandon had. That's when I saw that, and I saw it early on. I was like, no, there's no. I'm gonna drop my F-bomb. There is no fucking way.
Yep.
I love how she warns us before she swears. It makes me happy.
Right.
I don't normally, but I'm trying to be good.
Yep. And if
I'm
those
trying to be bad.
It's got to be bad. There's another case locally too. If you guys have checked out my Twitter, you've already seen it. I have it pinned. There's three cases that everyone needs to know about. So if you don't know all their names, please go and check out. It's pinned on the top of my page. But very similar to John O'Keefe was Chris McCallum in Quincy. Same players investigating. It was at a VFW. And he was at this VFW. There was a band there. And John O'Keefe, Chris McCallum, Keith Bourgeois. I'm specifically speaking about the second name, Chris McCallum. He's the very first photo on the left-hand side? Left-hand side. So he was at a VFW. There was a band playing. He liked the band. Michael Morrissey was there as well. Because if you know anything about Morrissey, he loves the VFWs and the American Legions and the yacht clubs. That's where he likes, that's his thing. And at the end of the night, there was these two brothers there that their father is a retired, I believe, FBI agent, or not FBI. He was someone important in somewhere. And then their sister was also a Quincy police detective. So they're well connected. You see where I'm going with this? These two brothers were drunk as hell, pissing the bartender off, pissing everyone off to where they got kicked out. Most VFWs, American Legions, will let you stay drinking past closing time. That's what happened here. Got to the point where it was getting too late. These brothers were still outside, so everyone was moving outside. A mother ducking brawl basically happened because of these two brothers. Chris was not in the brawl. He tried to break it up, and unfortunately, he walked in at the wrong moment, got a hit to the face, stumbled back, and hit his head. Thankfully, there was someone there that called 911, but he did end up passing away a few days later in the hospital. You would think this would be a shut and closed case, done and done. Just like Chesna, just like O'Keefe. No, it took over a year for them to press charges on these two individuals because of their connections, not only to Quincy, but also because of Morrissey. And just like in the O'Keefe case, guess what went missing from the American Legion?
Oh, all the camera footage.
Camera footage gone.
Just like Just en Route.
And these men, they did have their trial, but when I tell you, they got nothing. They basically got to walk scot-free. Minor charges. And to top it off, I love saying this because I just I love these connections. The attorney that was defending the brother that was picking the fight but didn't actually throw the punch was the same attorney that Brian Higgins hired days after John O'Keefe's death. This attorney,
who's married to a judge.
This attorney, who Beverly Cannoni knows well, where Brian Higgins had his interview at this attorney's home who was married to a current sitting Norfolk County judge.
Icky. I feel like I need a shower after hearing that.
Yep. And when I tell you, when I look at these cases and I go, and there's more, and there's more, and there's more.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why when I try to say I'm petrified if Greg Conner gets in, because this shit's going to continue. Because Greg Conner was also the chief trial counsel for this shit too. But he doesn't want anyone to talk about it.
Now, what upsets me about what I've seen from the other candidates in this race is, as Mizzy has already suggested, they are only, most of them are only giving halfway concessions. So Karen Reed was overcharged, or there were mistakes in the investigation of John O'Keefe, or what Michael Proctor said was the
But it didn't affect the investigation.
Yeah, but well, and they don't explicitly say that either, but only Deitch has straight up said this was abysmal from step one to today. Abysmal, and it's not going to happen again under my watch. I mean, everyone
what
else
kind of
like,
person says that? The kind of person who says that is the kind of person who knows that they're not going to do something in the future, that they're going to want to rely on somebody for favors because they need somebody to cover their own butt. Because
that is the thinking of a politician, Emily. I don't want to upset this guy because I might need something from him later. So I'm not really going to take a position on this matter that's too far on one side or the other. I'm just basically going to people please my way through this office and survive as long as I can.
Do you know who said that recently?
Who?
I rewatched Ken Berkowitz's retirement party. Helena fucking Rafferty. No
tampering, LOL.
Because the two of them were up for police chief at the same time. And she essentially said that same thing in her speech, that, well, I could have went up for police chief too, but I didn't want to ruffle the wrong feathers. So I just never applied for it. Please. Girl, have several seats.
And I feel like I can kind of wrap my head around the little things where it's like, okay, my buddy's a police officer and I was speeding and I name dropped him and I didn't end up getting a speeding ticket. Like, that's a world I'm fine to live in. Like, you do like the lucky not calling in the Ford Edge because he was like, okay, I don't want them to have to get their car towed and have to get it tomorrow morning from a tow lot during a blizzard. I know them. They're good people. They're probably going to move that car soon. That's the type of connections, corruption I'm okay with. Matthew Farwell is all the words that YouTube won't let me say. And once you know that about your buddy, once you know that about your friend, that goes past oh, you were speeding. Oh, I got you out of a parking ticket. Oh, I waived the fee on when you wanted to reserve the benches at the park so you could have your party for your kid's birthday. No, at a certain point you say hey, you know what? We were friends, but I don't actually want to be associated with you because you did every disgusting thing that a human could do. And I don't like that. And the fact that none of them were brave enough to stand up to the most disgusting creature that could exist. What are we doing here? That's how you want to use your power? Gross.
Okay. There are only certain types of people who will protect evil like that. I'm just saying, if your common everyday person even thinks that someone in their circle has done some of the things that Matt Farwell has allegedly done, they're not going to keep their mouth shut about it. They're going to start asking their friends, okay, I noticed this. He did this last week. He's hanging out with these people. You know, am I crazy, or is this person doing this, that, and the other? You talk about it and you raise your concerns. It's not we're going to help keep it quiet so that nobody looks bad kind of thing.
Well, then how come all of them work around here and all have like, if that's not the regular everyday person, how come they're all in power here?
I know.
And
Well,
what Emily,
it's bread.
Just to remind everyone that watched the Canton police audit, just so you know, which by the way, they clipped out a certain answer too. Well, I made a post on that. But this whole discretion versus corruption thing, that's what they were weaponizing. They were trying to say, oh, it's okay that Kevin Albert personally called up a dog owner that was attacked by Chloe that went underneath the wraps and it's like, what do you need to clean this up?
Yep.
That's
corruption.
That's not discretion. When we talk discretion, that's like the kid that's a high school kid, bender fender, like cool, like we're not going to give you. Not, oh, this is the 6th, 7th, 8th dog attack. Oh, but what can we pay you? You know what I mean? Or like the Tim Taylor clocking in and then bringing his dog to work and then using taxpayers' funds to then bring that dog to doggy daycare. Oh, wait, then he forgot the dog and then the dog died.
I hate that story.
But you know what? Sorry, that's the universe coming back and biting you ass because you are doing things you're not supposed to be fucking doing. And I'm a dog
Is there
owner.
nothing they won't cover up?
That's what I mean. They're sick. And then they use taxpayer dollars. And it wasn't until people called it out. They were like, no, we'll pay it back. It's only because people found out. These people are corrupt. It's not discretion. You're corrupt fucks.
And
some
it's
of you
not
are still
incompetence
there.
either. It's not incompetence. Anytime they just cannot hide anymore behind something factual, they claim that it's some kind of mistake. It's a scrivener's error. You spent a year. That DA's office spent nearly a year arguing that Karen Reed's vehicle was picked up by Michael Proctor after the search at 34 Fairview by the CERT team started. They said in motion and hearing after motion and after hearing that, the clock was off, it must have been because the sun, during daylight savings does this, which is why it was light outside. I mean, all the arguments in the world for a year. And then finally, when they could not argue their way out of it anymore, that Karen Reed's vehicle was picked up over an hour before Michael Proctor wrote down that it turned into scrivener's error. That's their last
when
resort.
you were talking about gaslighting, like that, everything they did to Karen that day and beyond was the definition of gaslighting because they know what time the car got towed. They were there. Like Karen and her parents were all there. They probably know every single detail of that day better than anybody. They remember where they were sitting and what they were wearing and exactly the conversation that never got recorded and never transposed into a transcript or anything, but they know it. And then to have that used against them and for them to hear over and over, like, no, it was 5:16, 5:30. They're like, no, it wasn't. I watched you.
Or
We
on
have
that
the
same
video.
point, that same point, Nick Barros's report. Do you remember the report that he didn't have to write, but something in him told him to write a report that day? So then when he shows up to trial, Hank Brennan goes, well, why didn't you write a better report? Well, because it wasn't my case, Hank. It was Michael Proctor's case, and look at what he did.
Also, his report had more details than anybody else's. Like his report had more details than Jen McCabe's police interview. And it's like, all he did was stand outside in the cold. Also, you guys, I need somebody to get, so you know how Girl with Sunglasses did the interview with Nick Barros, like right after the trial, and she did it on TikTok, and it was like so ridiculous because there were like so many filters on him, and it was so funny, but people were mad about it in the moment, but like really that was the funniest thing that could have happened. People were just like mad it wasn't serious. She took the version of it down with all the filters, and it's like when you save it from TikTok, you can save the normal version, and now the filters one doesn't exist. Like the real interview with no filters is on YouTube. You can see her like post on TikTok that's like tune in, but the filters one is just gone, and I need somebody to get that. I need to watch it. Like I need to see that again.
We can find like 10-second clips of it at a time on TikTok.
It doesn't exist. I swear. I swear. Like, I mean, maybe you're better.
Do you want to know why? Because many people, it wasn't two.
People were so mean.
No, it wasn't. She was, listen, she doesn't even cover Karen Reed stuff anymore because of how she was treated after that interview. So
yeah,
that, you know.
And justice for Girl with Sunglasses about that interview, because that was the most entertaining thing I've ever seen in my life. Like he's spilling like all this tea about like Adam Lally showing him like the footage of the car, and there's just like octopuses and stars and a cowboy hat. It was so funny.
Yeah,
and people
then
didn't have a sense of humor about it.
And they were trying to get Barros to change his testimony too, weren't they? Or, you know, at least hinting at it. Because I remember him saying in that interview, yeah, I met with the ADA and he tried to tell me that maybe I didn't remember what I saw. And, you know, they showed me this picture and were kind of insisting non-verbally, this is what you saw, right? Right? Right, buddy? And he said, hell no, that is not what I saw. And if you put me on the stand and show me that picture and you ask me if the taillight looked like that when we picked it up, I'm going to tell you, no, it did not. And they didn't call him. The end.
Yep.
I mean, that tells you everything. But I loved that interview.
Yeah. I want her redemption arc, and I want that interview with the full filters and everything. Bring it back.
You said
donate to Deitch to bring back the
on
interview,
YouTube, though, right?
Yeah, but it's not the same. It was so funny. Like, and now it's just like lost forever. It's like if you didn't see it that day, you'll never see it. And I need it in my life.
I vividly remember him having like the mustache with the cowboy hat. It was so funny.
It's like literally spilling state secrets, and it's like things were coming and going.
Hard over your head. Yeah,
I loved it.
But like people will scroll on TikTok and the lives, like you guys know this, the lives just pop up, and so people will just troll. So it doesn't matter what it is. If they think it's a serious like conversation, like there's literally like kids, they'll just click on it and like spend mommy and daddy's credit card money and just like
on a
like,
bunch of corgi bombs.
I love the corgi. The corgi butt's so cute. No one on here probably knows what we're talking about. It's okay.
I know the corgi bum.
No one in chat knows what we're talking about.
I haven't been live on TikTok in forever.
I was on TikTok before I was on anything else, but I never went live. So is it really TikTok if you don't ever go live?
I don't anymore. For the trial, I did a ton, especially in the morning. And I still have people that'll be like, do you remember when you spilled your coffee? I'm like, don't remind me. So Kelly Reed at one of the events gave me this like huge fat tumbler. It's big. It's like it's real big. And I filled that shit with coffee to last me all day for the trial.
A girl after my own heart.
Oh my God. When I tell you at 9:30 a.m., I got so excited. I forget who was testifying. It was great. I got so excited and I went like this, and that whole fucking coffee that had syrup in it, like I made it fancy and extra sugary all over. Not only the dog crate, the side table, my headboard, my bed, all over. It just went wachoo.
You're probably still finding spots on your wall to this day.
Oh,
Like
my
little
dogs.
ones that you
My
didn't
dogs
catch
will
the
tell
first
me.
time.
My dogs are like, "Coffee."
Wait, I need to show you. So on the one that they saved on YouTube with the no filters, they missed one. And I found the one screenshot. But I need you guys, you don't even know how badly I need this in my life. Like, how do we get this? I'm stuck on it now.
Emily, you need this little octopus on your feelings chart.
I really do. Maybe that's why I feel so connected to this. It is like there's like something missing in my life, and that my life won't be complete until I see that interview again.
And it can't just be the octopus on your chart, though. It has to be tiny octopus over Nick Barros's head.
I hate to disappoint Emily. I think when she saved it only without the filter. I think it's gone forever, besides the clips you can find online.
She has to have it saved somewhere in
No,
her.
girl, she was fucking traumatized. Trust me, I spoke to her. She was fucking done. She
poor
doesn't talk,
baby.
she doesn't really talk about it. She's like, "What the fuck? You guys are terrible." And then, like, God forbid, the poor girl mentions one like random update, and people just like attack. And it's like, damn, no, I feel terrible because she really is a really nice woman.
Yeah, and most of her content was like her. It was just her on her own. This might have been the first interview she had ever done in her life. You know?
No, totally. She didn't realize what she was walking into. And,
Poor
and
thing.
the whole reason why she got it was because I think it was Barris's wife or sister. So one of the two was one of her followers and was like, "Yeah, of course, talk to Nick." And she was like, "Sweet."
Yeah. I remember it was like her birthday, and they were like, Barris was so cute. He was like, "Oh, it's my girlfriend's birthday."
Oh, yeah. And
I
then she
loved
made a
that
big deal about
interview.
it. Yeah, it was cute. It was really cute. I think, just with
Everybody
it,
needs to be nicer to each other.
yeah, well, understandably to a degree, coming right off the coattails of the trial, I'm sure the greater public, including probably people who never really had watched Girl with Sunglasses content, were expecting, like an NBC, like Today Show kind of style of an interview from a witness that we had never heard from before. Aside from him sitting on the witness stand, we had never heard from him. So, maybe there was just an unrealistic expectation.
But that's
there.
also not what he wanted to do either. He really just wanted something chill where he was comfortable. He did not want to do the whole gamut of interviews, and he could have.
Yeah.
He just wanted to be chill with someone he could trust, and it happened to be her. So I would say just be a little kinder, a little softer, a little more understanding.
Lower your expectations. Just go with the flow. There's filters all over this guy. Just laugh about it. No big deal.
Cuzco was asking who is Robert Juvenile. He's 79 years old and has 185K contributions. He's from Milton. He's one of the Milton people. So he's got some old money behind him. That's what that is.
I got his mailer in the mail the other day, and it looks like a 79-year-old's mailer. It was just like in Times New Roman font. Like it didn't have any like images on it. It was like somebody just typed it up on a typewriter. And
Yeah, it was all like
good.
I actually haven't gotten anything. Obviously, I got the sign because I requested it, but I was like, I'm in Norfolk County. Like, why am I not getting anything from anyone? And like the signs around here, I was like, okay, there's one big Juvenile. There's a bunch of Deitch. I haven't seen any Connors. I'm like, where are the signs? And I have a client who lives in Milton. I was like, give me the details. Like, what do you see? She goes, well, I see a lot of Juvenile, and I see some Deitch, and I see some Lee. And I was like, do you see any Connor? She's like, no, honestly, I don't. And I'm like, you don't see Connor, and he's from Milton? That's crazy.
Wow.
Maybe he thinks he has Milton in the bag and doesn't need the campaign there.
Yeah, but he spends a lot of time in Milton, and all of his events for the most part have been in Quincy. He's spending the bulk of his money in Milton and Quincy. If that says anything about following the Morrissey campaign.
Yep,
Says a
Baby
lot.
Bird had to move to a different nest. So
That's why we got to uplift the other, the other towns and, in the county. If he's going to win those areas, we need to pick off the other areas.
I hate to do this because I love this conversation, but my child is awake and my life is about to be really, really annoying.
Well,
So,
we made
I need to
it
wrap.
beyond $5,000. You go take care of your baby.
He's running around right now.
Well, thank you for having all of us. I don't know why I just lowered my voice.
No, everybody put good vibes that we're just going back to sleep right now. I love you all very much. Thank you so much for everybody doing this. I'm
Thank
so
you for
sorry.
having us.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and thank you for everybody who donated. It means the world to us. And I know Adam Deitch is appreciative of every dollar that was donated to him tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mizzy, are we all going to your house after this?
Oh,
Yeah, go have a party somewhere else. I'm so sorry.
All right.
I mean, I can go live, but
Bye, guys.
If you need a place to breathe, some stress to just relieve, then come watch Emily C, where we keep it drama free. We want justice for John O'Keefe, Aiden and Kelsey, waved bye bye to Morrissey. Let's clean up Norfolk County. Emily C, the one we need, reading sidebars with Corey, writing Hank diaries, giving the people what they need. It's my pleasure to entertain, keeping you laughing makes my day. Positivity all the way. What do we tell Satan? Not today. And now it's time to say goodbye. But before we say goodnight, just keep one thing